stay home, and then had to deal with Ziggy. But he seems to be like doing okay. He's just kind of recovering. I was icing him and seeing how it goes, but I don't know where his leg's at. So he's just lying here next to me. Then on top of that, fucking, my fucking staff is sometimes useless, which is why Ziggy, no. Which is why Ziggy, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, there's someone at the door. So we had to get these documents out. They couldn't use the PDF writer that I had installed, and it was a whole fucking nightmare. And then had to go get that, and then deal with them, and then the person was sick, and just whole fucking shit show. And then I'm getting doctors calling. It's been craziness. And we have all this data due to Ranka. I got my analyst in a different fucking country, and it's time zone difference, trying to get him going, just a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Needless to say, we're getting through it. Anyways.
Hey, well, at least like, well, one, I feel it, man. What life is a war zone, and I've just been kind of accepting it and just being happy to be alive, and that's all you can be, It's like that's the great thing about it. It's like shit gets ugly, but you can still just be happy, just be happy,
Completely.
And the second thing is, we got these AI agents. So, however, let's see how we can, we got unlimited.
Yeah. Well, let me walk through a couple things here and show you some things.
Okay.
This is going to provide some context, I think. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. Okay, yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah. So Dr. Kalia, you need, all right, he's awesome. He's a serious badass. He is a epilepsy doctor, a neurologist, but he's also like a fucking genius. And he's been working with Teladoc, and he's head of neurology at UC Southwestern. He worked at V1, like all these major groups, right? And he's been certainly romanticized by AI, and is trying to make an AI healthcare factory, right? And that's his mission. And so I met him through our meetup. We have mutual friends, and I was like, look, you're doing some interesting stuff. I'm doing some interesting stuff. Let's talk. And he's trying to get us to invest and partner with them, which we're going to. I'm going to as soon as I get through my transaction. And so what I quickly realized was that everything that he was building for traditional healthcare, right, could be used in personal injury. Okay. So in my network of physicians, many are traditional healthcare providers, but also do personal injury. So when we go to a client, like a doctor, we can sell either the personal injury side or the traditional care side, but no matter what they pick, well, now we're embedded within them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of partnership possibilities here. And so we're striking a deal. Let's partner up together. I said, okay. So he's been working on his stuff, and we've been working on our stuff, but we've been mostly working on the administration of things, the acquisition of attorneys, the acquisition of physicians, all the business stuff. And he's been working on all the clinical stuff. And we're going to meet in the middle and go to market together sometime next year, right? So his suite is his own framework, but he's built out some really interesting tools, reasoning agents, a computer vision agents, voice agents, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's at a high level, there's a lot of overlap with what we're doing, right? And he's actually got several products ready to go. Azia MD, right? RadioView and Connect AI. So Azia MD is it does three things. It's at point of care, and when we say point of care, that means in front of a patient. Like when you go into a doctor's office and you're in the the doctor's office, that's all called point of care, right? You're at the point of providing the actual healthcare. So he's built out an AI scribe, some virtual care capabilities, right, and some care coordination capabilities for his traditional business. That AI scribe is an app that a doctor can talk to on their phone and ensure all of the information in the clinic in that encounter with the patient and turn it into data set that we can use, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the notes, this is what happened, this is the diagnosis, right? All that stuff. And he's built that, okay? And then that turns into, well, you can also do it virtually, via telehealth. But you can also do things like care coordination, which is all the workflow administration on the back end, okay? And you kind of need this. These are table stakes now if you want to get into healthcare, right?
Okay.
Because everything in healthcare is at point of care. That's the most important thing. You only have business, administrative things, the business of medicine, after you have the clinical aspect of medicine. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to treat Alex. He's coming into my office. He's got the flu. Okay, I'm going to treat him. I'm going to write him some antibiotics. I'm going to give him an exam, all at point of care, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that's been done. How do I get paid? Well, I've got to bill Alex's insurance, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just traditional care, like you have, insurance. Well, now that's the business journey of healthcare. But all that happens after the clinical side. Do you understand?
Which is not, I'm just saying none of this, right? This is all clinical.
Right, exactly. So that's where we meet.
Okay.
Everything he's building is for clinical. Everything we're building is for business.
So at a high philosophical Socrates level, essentially everyone is going to have AI agents just doing handoff to each other.
Right.
So everybody's basically championing their domain, building around their domain, building around their use case, building around their audience and compute resourcing, and we basically just pass off use case to use case to use case. That's at a Socrates very high level.
Exactly.
But
and this is where the partnership comes in. Because if you were going to play in healthcare, right? Like if we're going to take Iris to the healthcare market, okay?
Mm-hmm.
No one is going to buy Iris without the clinical pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would have to be like bring your own clinical, but that's not as lucrative or attractive. Like,
well,
it would be leveraging your network of.
It's kind of, remember, everything starts with the treatment of the patient. So in order to play in healthcare, AI scribe, virtual care coordination, those are table stakes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
So basically getting in that pipeline?
Well, it's having the product set that makes sense for physicians.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm a doctor, why am I going to buy a business solution that doesn't have a clinical care component to it?
Mm-hmm.
I can't use it. See what I'm saying? And the problem with the clinical side, like AI Scribe and, for example, it has to be HIPAA compliant. It has to be registered with the FDA, approved by the FDA. That process takes over a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be high trust, SOC 2 compliant, all of that shit.
High barrier to entry.
Yeah. Which is why we want to partner with groups like Save Life, because they've already done it.
And that's where their dollars are, because they invested in FDA,
Mhm.
they invested in HIPAA, they invested in
Yes.
SOC 2. So
Exactly.
like
Exactly.
their money is more around that. So like it would be not bad investment, but it would be a misdirection of already built resources to start from scratch in the business space, because they're already championing the clinical space. So they would might as well just launch another clinical product.
Mhm. Well, and this is where our journeys are parallel, right? And my thinking is, look, Dr. Kalia, we're 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 on the same journey together, but our end where we arrive at are going to be different. You handle all the clinical stuff, we'll handle all the business stuff, right?
Makes sense, because
And that's the goal. Like, how do we partner? And there's other complications around that in terms of what can you do as a business versus what can you do as a doctor's office? How do you handle data as different? Things like that. Requirements of the architecture are different.
yeah.
Like, there's a lot of different things. And he's put several $1 million into this already to get to where he's at.
Nice.
And so that's great for us because we don't have to build it.
Yep.
Right? See where I'm going with that? So let me go through these 3 product sets here. I wanted you to have that context. So
Real quick, I just want to just for time wise, what I showed you is good, right?
yeah,
Everything
yeah,
else I don't need to rush
right.
to. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. So we're
exactly.
good then. I don't need to do any more code.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And because he's going to also do a demo, right?
Yeah.
We're going to walk through these different products so you understand them. So his solutions are multimodal agents orchestrating care. Your solution is multimodal agents orchestrating the business of care. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's got 3 platforms, right? Azia MD, Neuro ICH, and RadView. Azia MD takes patient notes. I'm a doctor, I can dictate things. Neuro ICH allows computer vision to read things, read films, read medical imaging. And then RadView allows you to create radiology reports. He's targeting the radiology segment, right? And that's fine, because we can certainly use that. So, they all work together. Like, RadView does the, reading of the technology. Connect AI allows EHR, EMR integration, right?
Mm-hmm.
It allows you to read DICOM files. So when you create an MRI, it's on a very specialized file format on a disk called a DICOM, right? This is all the medical shit, and
You got to
that's
dive deep in to be in that space. I guess you got to
right.
understand those protocols and all that.
Yeah, exactly. So ours would be like an extension of this, all on the business side. Iris would sit over here.
In the
Right.
Mm-hmm. Almost
So,
like I don't want to be corny and say we handle the marketing side, but it's more on the business and the marketing
Yeah,
side and the,
exactly.
you know.
And that's unique to PI,
Hmm.
right? So a lot of the stuff he's doing, great, Doc. We don't need to know, we don't need to understand, you know, we just need the data. We don't need to read the files. You know what I mean? Like the medical files. We just need to be able to handle the business side of things.
Orchestrate, initiate,
See,
facilitate.
just like this is what he's doing,
Yeah.
right? We're not doing that. We don't have the expertise to do that.
Hmm.
Okay. So that's the context. And when we worked together, I was like, look, doctor, we're partners. You build in your own framework, we're building in our own framework. And what is our framework? Our framework is creating multimodal intelligent agents, right, designed to orchestrate the business of care, not the care delivery, right? So what we imagine is a world where a front office can build their own FTE, right? Just like Happy Robot. If we take that Happy Robot website and change it for medical, that's what we're doing. That's why it was so important to find that piece. And I'm working on a website for that. Basically, I'm going to rewrite that website because that's it.
If you want to make a
Literally,
landing page, I was gonna say,
yeah,
that's abstracted from, you know, that's abstracted.
yeah,
I can
exactly.
point a domain to, you know, I can point a domain to it.
And I'm going to build out a web page when we get to that point. But that's kind of what we do. Let me actually go to those guys. What was it? Happy Robot.
Hmm.
Intelligence that runs your healthcare operations. Happy Robot is a native AI operating system for healthcare providers that knows your business and makes intelligent decisions, acts in real time, powering autonomous operations for medical clinics. We create workers that speak, right? All of this, custom workflows, integration in any system, education across all channels, data extraction, right? That's what we're doing.
Hmm.
Literally everything that they're putting out here is what we're doing in a hyper specialized way, just for medical clinics, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You see, they don't even have it in here because it's hard. So the closest that we can kind of come to is like, what does this do in a service market,
I guess
right?
that's where I guess that's where the leads would come in, because I
Right.
guess you know, the orchestration is a thing, and you know, but what are we doing in the space? We're
Well, so
orchestrating the
so
business.
now let me bring that point to so you totally understand this. That's why I sent you the Pathways Reach program. Okay. So what we're doing is this. I need to put Iris in here. But I just assume that you're right here with Pathways AI. You know what I mean? This is where Iris sits.
Orchestrating it.
Yeah.
And see, the thing about it is,
So
if we do healthcare, it would make sense to do it under, Patty AI or Pathways AI,
yeah,
because I like Iris is technically the
yeah. It's for right now. It's just that, we're just building an MVP. It doesn't really matter. But we're going to we're going to integrate with all of these other platforms.
Yeah, that
So
yeah.
Iris, is this. So Iris is Patty AI. It's a SLAS solution that will find, acquire, coordinate, evaluate, and fund personal injury healthcare cases for plaintiff attorneys. What does Iris do? Predictive analytic capabilities, AI-powered medical analysis, legal research, records, marketing. All of that stuff is what we can do. Now you see that these are lead autopilot guys?
Yeah. Okay,
That's why.
that looks so familiar. I get it now.
Yeah. So when you think about this flow, right? Marketing, we capture the leads. We take them to clinical treatment. We coordinate the patient journey. So Iris comes here. It goes to intake. Iris does that. Clinical treatment, we use the Zia's MD, right? His platform. That information gets handed back to us. He's managing the patient platform, but we're taking the data. Then it goes back to Iris. We do the lead generation and life care planning and packaging. Then we go to the predictive analytics, which is a whole different thing, but we'll get to that. See where I'm building this?
Yeah.
This is how this all works out together, right? And CarePoint are our partners, the funding group. They've already got that built. We're building this area right here. So Iris, Kalia and Iris, Kalia and Iris, Iris. Hand off to Vera.
Makes sense. It's like the glue for everything else, basically.
Right. That's the whole goal. And so when I told Dr. Kalia, I was like, look, Dr. Kalia, you're building in your framework, we're building in our framework. Our framework is the business of healthcare. Yours is the delivery of healthcare, right? We need to work together. And that's it.
Dang, I'm building like a trucking logistics business. I'm building a trucking company, but for AI agent data.
Exactly. So, Dr. Kalia, you do everything that you do. You do all of this hard stuff with the radiology reporting. All we want. So this is his platform, right? This is a little bit different. This is RadView. So I'm doing a deep dive into RadView. Okay. This is just one of his products. Well,
nice.
They're reading all the files from the radiology reports. You got to go into an MRI or a CT, right? All this medicine, the doctors are reviewing this. They're giving their diagnosis. They're putting it all together. It's loading into their site. They're orchestrating the treatment of care, right? It creates reports that the doctor has to do. It creates patient summaries, right? There's the workflow, right?
Wow, that's awesome.
Goes to the scans. We're getting all the images. Perfect. We get a report. Here we go. So here's the report that gets generated from the DICOM file all the way to a report. These reports are what we use and store in our Google Drive.
Okay.
These are the case files.
Where does Service AI come into this? Just out of curiosity.
Service AI is just our CRM that, allows us to track the case.
Okay.
So we get all that information. All we care about is the reporting. So look, here, this is a good way of looking at it. X-rays, CTs, MRIs, ultrasounds, all that goes into a DICOM server, right? This is at the hospital level.
Mm-hmm.
You go in, Alex, we put you in a CT scan, we get this information, it goes into the DICOM file, that gets loaded, Save a Life does all the reporting, spits it all out, right? Where Iris is over here. It goes into their Connect AI solution, goes to their cloud, that connects to Service AI, or connects directly to Iris, and now we can read all the reporting.
Yes.
He's figured out this piece, we're on this piece. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
So when we get to that point, like, we're all about the business. Now, when we think about other extensible solutions, was the sorry. I spell it Acuity, the one I gave you.
I think I spelled it wrong when I texted you, so I'm the wrong person to ask right now.
This is the video I sent to you.
I haven't gotten to watch that one yet.
Okay, this is important because this is where we come together. This is our next partner.
Okay.
So, Acuity, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have all of these other specialties.
Nice.
Notice they don't have radiology. Right? But what I've talked to them about is building out a personal injury one.
And a radiology.
So when we go into this, like, I'm gonna click on, pain clinic. Okay, let me log in. Right? Now I've got patients that I'm tracking that are all assigned, that are doing all types of different testing and monitoring. So they've gone out and got the marketplace together. They can do, like, here's physical therapy, right? So you're a patient, you get onto your app, you've got all this. So we're collecting all the data from these guys. Because our patients are going to be using Acuity so we can track them. And why? Because now we have an app that sits on the patient's phone. See what I'm saying? all of this reporting that we get, like they have like ability to message, message patients. Let's see here. It might not be loaded on here yet. Let's see. I can pick on a patient. Here we go. Richard Delgado. All right. I'm now monitoring his I'll pick on Reagan, who's the CEO. I'm now I can now communicate with the patient. I can track his pain scale. I can do all this other stuff.
Mm.
Right.
And this is in what scenario? Like the real world, where like is there so a location would use this software and be able to watch their
Right.
fluctuations?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. And like the pain scale, I can do step trackers, medication, mental health. I can monitor all these things. I can get into their Apple Watch.
Nice.
Right.
Okay.
These guys do not have AI built.
At all, right?
Right.
Nice.
That's why we're going to build their AI.
So we can even just give them a button.
Exactly.
And that's all, like, because then they could just have a button and it just, yeah. And then Iris could be their backend CMS to manage those agents that are distributed throughout their site, or something like that.
Exactly.
There's a lot of different integration.
Yeah, this is going to come down the road, right? But I just wanted you to see, because why do we care? Dr. Kalia, you build your shit. Q, you build your shit. We're not going to build this solution and get it HIPAA compliant and do all this and spend millions of dollars to build this. We're just going to partner with them and build the ecosystem, the business of healthcare. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Make sense? And I bring Acuity and you and Dr. Kalia together. We have a pretty powerful soup to nuts platform. Dr. Kalia doesn't know about Acuity yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
But,
so Iris again would still be the glue, even in that situation.
Yes. Because they figured out the hard part. How do I connect all the providers?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And that data is available. We could pull that and then pull the report data and then really orchestrate and solve problems in that space.
Yep.
Between each other.
Yep. So it can be pretty powerful, and we can plug that in, and I think now we have a way to have all of our doctors on a common network.
I can see that.
Because they built the network.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So that's kind of the game plan. So this happy robot, and I'm going to get to this at some point. I got to get through this week. I got so much shit that I got to get done. But like, this is basically an N8N for, businesses at the end of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just connecting agents. Well, this is kind of what we need to be able to build.
Which,
and this is,
no, I was just saying, which we are there. We just,
yeah.
Just it's literally just improving quality,
Yeah.
I rushed through building everything, and I got everything laid, but is it completed? 60% of what the core of it that needs to be completed is done. You know what I mean? But
Right.
to make the drag and drop workflows, all of that is, the foundation's completely layered. We just need to, get through
Yep.
that finishing thing. But
You know,
basically, what I'm saying is like, yeah, well, the capabilities are there. That's in the pipeline. I guess it's in the roadmap. We just need to look at our timeline.
we're building workers.
Mm-hmm.
We build AI healthcare workers capable of handling end-to-end tasks like
Mm-hmm.
advanced reasoning, talking on the phone, sending emails, messaging, processing documents, browsing sites, and more. Right?
So we can do all that when we pull all these integrations in.
Hmm. Exactly.
How? Because I mean, the integrations are going to happen whether we know the person or know that provider or not know that provider. I mean, the integrations are going to happen regardless.
Yeah. Well, I
Um,
mean, if we just have Acuity and Dr. Kalia and Iris,
mhm.
we've got a happy. We built a ecosystem that does what Happy Robot can do.
Yeah,
They have it all under one hood.
yeah,
Fine. You
yeah.
know, we're going to do it through partnership.
Hmm. And that's what would make Patty AI, Pathways
Yes,
AI.
because it's going to be done for personal injury.
Hmm. That makes sense.
Right.
That makes completely perfect sense. Yeah, I'm just, I keep, every time we talk, I get more and more understanding.
Right,
So
right. And I
I'm
know I'm
soaking
kind
it.
of spoon feeding you some information because there's a lot that goes through this. But the next section on this, actually, I've got a call at 2 o'clock with Dr. Kalia and Dr. Ron. We're talking about data that we need to train models. Do you
Hmm.
want to join that call? You can if you want.
Yeah, I was under the assumption it was 2 o'clock. What time
No,
would
it
we?
is. I have two separate meetings. The one was for Dr. Kalia, but you don't need to be on that call. I mean, but one of the things that Iris has to do is be able to create these demand packages.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, I think we're already there. I think we just need the domain expertise in QA.
That's what this call's about.
Okay,
I don't know if
okay.
you want to join it or not.
Yes, yeah, I'd love to. That makes
Okay.
perfect sense.
Yeah, just you haven't met these guys, but I'm going to introduce you, and I'm going to say, and I'll send you the link. And just say, hey, look, I thought it was a good idea to have Alex join the call, and so we'll talk, and you just listen about the data, right?
Yeah.
Because when I go to, let's see, search. Here we go. Did you go through any of this information?
I've gone through a lot of that.
Right. So
um,
you see our full-blown agents, right? Like we've got a lot of stuff here. These are the full-blown agents of what they're supposed to look like. We're not there yet. That's why I didn't want to send them to you, just because I wanted you to continue working without being confused.
mhm.
But I'm already there.
I guess I'm through chapter 4 out of all that stuff.
Yeah. So you kind of
Because
get what the
I
business
got
is.
yeah, I got like the the case reviewer, the legal intake, and then obviously that big pitch with all the pages in it. Um, yeah, so I thought those are the pages. That collection of files you sent me is what I've been soaking in the past month or so.
Also, let me take a look at something here real quick. Here we go. This is Colossus. I'm sending this to you.
Nice.
Um, this is a overview. This is an overview of what Colossus does. and what it does in personal injury. And so when we start analyzing data, we got to understand how Colossus does their analysis of data. So in personal injury, you go to trial, right? You're injured, you're suing another group, right?
Mm-hmm.
That caused the accident. So those guys are the defendants and we're the plaintiffs, right? Following that?
Mm-hmm.
We have to build out our own case on the plaintiff side to prove why we should win and what these guys did wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's also often based on the medical records.
Mm-hmm.
On the defendant side, all the insurance companies do this with Colossus.
Okay. So so Colossus is basically a legal drafter.
Yeah, for the insurance companies.
Mm-hmm.
And we needed to figure out how we're going to do that on our end. And I've started pulling some of that data together right here.
And that's for the
That's
personal
for
injury side.
That's for the medical records that we need to build. So,
I mean, well, yeah, I was saying on which side it is because we would be pulling the medical. We would already kind of have access to the medical records, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
okay, nice.
And this is the information that these are all the records that we get.
Mm-hmm. So that's why you're looking at that prompt optimizer to
Mm-hmm. Yep.
to be able to prep some of that data analysis for that specialty.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is really, really robust.
Kubernetes.
These are all the PRDs that we already built. I mean, that would be if I had unlimited money and said we're going to build it, this would be the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
But because we don't have that, and we've been working together, I'm like, we can use Iris in lieu of this,
Mm-hmm.
and eventually build towards these things.
Yeah.
If need be. But we don't need to do that all right now, right? So these are the various agents: a legal agent, a case agent, and how they all, how they all interoperate.
Yeah, I mean, Iris in general will fast track that.
Exactly.
I mean, it depends not it depends, I mean, it's gonna get done, but like, um, just all the elements need to be there. It needs to have the right type of support, to get to that point. And it's literally a support thing. You know, we just need to be honing down on it, making sure all T's and I's are dotted.
Sending you that invite. It's in 18 minutes.
Okay.
So that's kind of the game plan there, right? Because what we also got to do is build medical chronology. So this is the next thing I need you to build, right? So like here's a demand letter. Well, first of all, here's a medical chronology, right? So when you get all the cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the information from our service or G Drive, Iris needs to build this for every case.
Yes, that's cool. Yeah.
Yep.
We could do that.
And once the attorney gets that, they put together what's called a demand letter.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Colossus. So Colossus does its own demand letters. That's why I included that in there. This is how they do it,
Nice.
right? So we do it just like Colossus and come up with our own demand letter.
So,
And this is what this looks like.
so Pathways AI would be a plugin or an integration, and well, it can go in so many ways, but let's just say this: Pathways is an integration, and those are available in the Pathways integration. A legal draft reviewer, case analysis,
Mhm.
and kind of like products, kind of how he has each product as a subproduct. We can basically have each function or method or whatever, right?
Mhm.
As a function or something that's available in that integration. So you would have functions. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Um,
because then we can abstract it away as a function, and then it's an entire suite of functionality on its own, abstracted,
exactly.
HIPAA compliant. Like,
Exactly.
makes sense. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think you're starting to get to, a point of understanding,
Yeah.
you know.
Went up a couple of flights, seeing it a little higher. Yeah.
Anything good, man.
I just one thing I just don't understand is the financial revenue share side of things.
Yeah,
But
because we haven't gotten to that point yet.
mm-hmm. Because I mean that's the only thing, or not the only thing, but that I would say that one is that's the part I'm confused on because that I don't know if that is a huge factor in the partnership. Like like I see how we can all integrate into this, but you know, what's the incentive of everybody integrating? And
Right. And that's the next piece that I'm kind of working on.
yeah.
Um,
But I think on the like if there is a north on that, I think I can see the complete overall picture. I see how we can all pull away and have everything working, you know, and we can hit the market on this. Um or not hit the market, but basically get in the workflow. We can get inside of that workflow 100%.
mhm.
And I see where there's money in it. I see it everywhere. I just don't know. It's like I still have to read the room. Like
Yeah.
if this were anywhere else, like I could be able to say, "Oh, yeah, this is how we could do this," but I'm still trying to understand how to go about this. And also, I don't want to drive it too far into another rabbit hole, but like I don't know. Yeah, we like parts of this parts of Iris, I think might be open sourceable
Yeah.
to the community. So I don't know. I wanted to talk to you about that one day, but it's
No,
not.
no, we're getting there. You know what I mean? Like 100%.
Hmm.
Right now I'm still trying to formulate all the pieces. I'm just putting all these in one file for a meeting.
I mean, because everybody's building specialized agents, but I've only seen a couple of companies building these orchestration layers like I am. N8N, Make, Zapier, like there's only a couple of big monoliths. It's not there's not like I don't know. As we see like Happy Robot, things like that, there's some coming up, and I think that's where the space we live in, is that Happy Robot, and then I guess yeah, an evolution of Happy Robot is specialized employee agents.
But
Okay, then I guess that's the wave we're in. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, I think there is a product market fit. It's just, like you said, the it's paying customers are the only way to really tell.
Right.
And it's like, okay, who's the paying customer here?
And I don't want you to worry too much about that. Just, because we're just not there yet. You know what I mean? Like,
Of course, yeah.
um, and we're going to get there. But I got to understand all the pieces, and the more and more that we build, I think that's what I was telling Doctor. This is why we're having the call with Dr. Kalia, is because um,
Seeing how everything plays together.
right. And I thought we would be. I didn't think we would be so far down the path as we are already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now that we're so far down the path, it probably makes sense for us to start figuring out, okay, what does this look like?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're starting to have those conversations.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, literally, this is I've let you develop in silo. Dr. Kali's developing in silo. Everyone's developing in silos. So, but now because we're moving so fast, like it's time to kind of come together a little bit.
Yeah. I get it.
You know, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
So,
And I got a healthcare or not healthcare, a credit repair client, and another client, and yeah, long story short, the I think it, yeah, yeah, I just keep diving down on the use cases, and it's like helping me find a fit. So I guess it's the same scenario, but just in the healthcare space, finding that
mm,
fit.
yep. So, I mean, there's just a lot here, and we're getting to that point,
Y-
right?
Yeah,
Um, so that's just kind of where we are, and
makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
like there's a lot to deal with, and right now the primary focus is on the pathways reach beta because all this stuff that we're doing here, this is how we get paid, and I've got those deals in place. That's what I'm working on,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to be all the marketing and all of the development, which is why I was talking to Haroon, my analyst, because he's building out the financial model for that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a lot, you know, if you're talking about hopefully millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So
So, AI employees is the iris layer that would kind of bring everything together
exactly,
and just make it all easier to manage.
you bet.
Cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I can be a fly on the wall for this, man.
Yeah, I think you'll get some value out of it, and I'll introduce you. It'll be good.
Okay.
Um, but hey, since we only have a couple minutes, let me bounce. Let me check on Alicia and get ready for this call. I sent you the link,
Cool. Sounds
and
good.
we'll do it together.
Cool. All right. See you in a bit.
Awesome. Okay,
All
bye bye.
right. Bye. call went amazing. It was really great. Yeah, it was really good. It was great sentiment. We had really good responses. Very united. Business, nigga. I don't even understand what's going on. I've been on calls.
You just got off the fucking putt, nigga.
You a putt, nigga.
Or anywhere you get your podcasts. Podcast. I see it's only 5 minutes long, like if I'm gonna go that far, I need a half hour, I need an hour, I have a real drive, you know, I'm not commuting.
Even if running it back to back, you never know. Maybe you're listening episode to episode.
So I think that they change every hour.
Exactly.
It's not the same thing throughout the day. But in terms of the stock market, you cover it for us on the BM side of the building here. We just seem to be eking out record gain after or record high after record high.
Absolutely.
What is this?
I mean, it's an interesting year, right? I mean, if you think about all that we've really seen this
Can't
past
do
year,
this.
from tariff concerns to the geopolitical instability here, it's interesting when you compare that to the 2 years prior, what we saw gains more than 20%. People thought we would see a massive this year, but we are still seeing some momentum. And what the S&P 500 is clearly up year to date. So, I mean, I think that it seems as though the street, they still feel optimistic even amid all the uncertainty.
Yeah, uncertainty, tariffs.
Tariffs.
Okay, good. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Hey, Alex. Hey, Dr. Leah, are you there? Dr. Clea, you there? Ron will be joining us here.
Okay. Watch out. All right. Get ready. It's time.
Wait, am I gonna talk? I'm not gonna say nothing.
No.
Should I say?
No.
Do I?
Mm.
Hey, Ron.
Hello?
Hey. We're just waiting for Dr. Clea.
Hi guys, I'm sorry.
No worries.
You can't go. Unfortunately, I'm in mute. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, I can't hear anyone.
You can't hear us? We can hear you.
Richard, I can't hear you. Alex, Don, can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Let me refresh the screen.
Oh, you're muted.
Okay, I'm good. I can hear you. I apologize. I was actually waiting, and for some reason, anyways, I apologize. Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, it's been kind of a crazy day. It's been a Tuesday for sure. Alicia's having a massive flare, and we think it's some kind of cytochrome issue. And she didn't go to work today, but she's having kind of uncontrollable muscle movements right now. So we don't really know what's going on. But it's happened before, and it'll subside. And so we're just taking it kind of hour by hour here. So it's been kind of chaotic. She's resting right now.
I hope she feels well.
Yeah. So, it's, I know you know more than most. So what's going on, but yeah, we've been kind of dealing with this. So if I have to get up here, I'm on kind of emergency call, but she's kind of resting. She's back up hard. But yeah, let's get started, guys, for sure. I'm gonna turn on my screen. Everybody turn on your cameras if you want to say hi to Doc. So what's going on?
It's okay. Ron, I think we met before, I believe, right? You're the chiropractor, or you run a whole clinic, am I right?
Right, he's also our clinical director at Pathway.
Oh, yes. Yep.
So, but I have a new face here that I wanted to bring, and when I kind of set up our appointments today, I put Alex for our next call at 3:00, Junaid, and I realized that it's probably a good idea to have Alex on this call too around some of the information, because I thought it would be very useful for him as we kind of look at some of the training that we're doing on our element stuff. And so Alex, just more of an introduction, is a dear friend, old friend. We've worked on projects together in the past, and he's done some really, really cool stuff in the space. Most notably, he's built his own streaming platform, which is like a Spotify program that had some real notoriety and success. And he's kind of turned his, kind of developer expertise to kind of agentic workflows. And so when we're looking at building out the Pathways AI ecosystem, we're building it on top of this platform that is Patty AI, but the engine underneath that is Iris, which is a workflow engine that he's built. And we're going to do that demo later, Doc, so you can go into a deep dive. The way that I would describe it is, while you're building out multimodal agents for healthcare delivery, we're building out multimodal agents for the business of healthcare, right? And so there is obviously an intersection there, certainly in the context of what we're doing in personal injury. And so there's this great handoff that we can do, and we'll get into that on our next call. But what we both need is certainly the fine tuning and the training of our Gentix on the appropriate data set that we're looking at. And Matt, we wanted to have Ron on the call because it's kind of a complicated universe in terms of what we're looking at to provide data within the personal injury context. And we wanted to just kind of have that conversation so we can start pulling the required information that you need, that not only you need, Dr. Clea, but also that Alex needs, so we go a little bit further down the path. Does that make sense? And, Ron is a short timer here. He's about to be on a 3-week vacation into Europe. So this was the time slot that he had, and so we took it. And we can certainly get started, right? Does that make
That makes sense. I'm just going to step back to Alex. I'm going to let you introduce yourself a little bit further in a minute. But I'm Junaid. I'm a neurocritical care, stroke, and epilepsy specialist. I have a company called Save Life AI, and our main goal of the company is if anyone saved a life, it is as if you save a life of all mankind. We are Class 2A clinical decision support, F2 FDA approved, not cleared, proper approval. And then we have 2 more coming within this week, and then
Beautiful.
we're going to have 7 FDA approvals. We are high trust cybersecurity certified. The module that I was working on when Richard we met and everything is called Universal Case Review. The idea behind Universal Case Review is that we have moved, medicine is not one person game, it is actually a multiplayer system. And that multiplayer system now has a third player, which could be agents or agents string together in an agentic format, depending on how you are designing the system in itself and where it needs to be. So my goal here was to create something what we call an agentic AI. And the idea is that everyone has to do case reviews. Case reviews could be for M&A, personal injury, etc. But I want to remain in the medical side. I don't want to push into the legal and the finance side because I just don't know how to. So the idea behind was to, and then of course I have so many more use cases. Like for example, I have medical labeling that requires a lot of the same amount of back end work. What I'm saying is that we wanted to build a system. So for example, I have to build reviewers. So how are you going to build reviewers? How are you going to manage them? How are you going to make sure that each reviewer is doing what their due diligence is? For example, like what is, how many cases they are this week, how much time they spend on it, what are the current assignments, what is the time tracking, analytics of that particular reviewer, etc. So the idea was to sort of, and then of course we need a patient portal where they can sign in and see, okay, these are my reports as well. And then lastly, we want a team chat. I'm not showing you the big one that we developed, which will actually have what we call AI-based case summary into it. Nice. So the idea is that this case summary, needs to be set up. You need to put patient info, insurance info, data sources, which is, imaging, EHR, police reports that you're going to upload to anything and everything, and then go from there. I have currently been developing, of course, my own agentic AI, which is AI Scribe. By the way, Ron, do you have ECW or what do you guys use as EHR?
Forte Systems. It's chiropractic specific.
Yeah, just let me know if they can do integration with me. I just want to show you this. So the idea is that this is for example, this is the patient CT head, and then you can easily view the patient, and then of course,
I saw that. Yeah.
23-year-old female comes in complaining of headache after a car accident, concern for possible bleed. She's also complaining of headaches, no acute intracranial pathology. So no, last time what I showed you was without the CAT scanner. That was just the rare report part because people who already have it. Now I added a whole viewer, by the way.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so the idea was that, and then of course it has 3 systems, right? You can just go to in an orbit, and then you can just click and then generate a report. Now this thing is the magic here, which is called reporting standard. Now you can add your own personalization and you can add your own, but over here we're going to add a personal injury module in which you will have your own specific sort of interesting lines that you need to add or at least confirm while you're reviewing it. So again, this is something that is work in progress as far as, but we already have the whole engine set up, and this is just the beginning. So as you can see, we have the companion mode and the Connect AI essentially can do what we call connect to any PACS, and then we're working on through an admin portal what is called request of information. So we have all the imaging piece now improved, by the way, the viewer and everything. We have now the second ISMD, which is getting improved, including personal authorization, insurance verification, all of that is coming. So this is sort of the background in which we have. So we have these 2 disparate pieces separate. Then we have our, HIPAA-based AI summary chat information that is being developed. So we're going to bring all of this into essentially one platform, and we're going to call it Universal Case Reviewer. And then there are multiple different, use cases. One of them is personal injury. So that's a small update Ron for you and Alex introduction for you.
And that was
I'm
great.
always, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Like Doc is like my alter ego. If I had gone to medical school instead of business school, I think I would have been more on Doc than anything else. But so he's fantastic, and I'm always excited when he gets on because there's something new that's going to happen. And I think that's a great kind of transition point because. And you'll see this here in a little bit. And Alex, Ron, I don't know how much time you have, but maybe we kind of make this a collaborative meeting. And maybe we just jump in, Doc, since we got 2 o'clock and Alex was on the call, we kind of show what he was doing here. And at a very high level, it'll take a couple minutes. Because you'll see when you started developing everything that you're doing on the clinical side of things, we were also developing on our side too. And we also have a case reviewer, which is targeted towards the business and workflow administration of things. And so now that and like I was telling you on the call the other day, why we needed to have this meeting now is that because we've been working in parallel with different silos, right? Just against our own use cases and our own frameworks. I'm so excited and blown away by how fast we're moving that it's probably a good time to kind of stop and say, okay, where are we? And let's get the team together and say, look, this is where we're at. So as I kind of see it, there's a Chinese wall here. And the Chinese wall is really around the clinical side. So everything that requires the clinical aspect of medicine, Dr. Kalia's camp, everything that requires the business administration, like as he mentioned, the kind of workflow, the business admin functions, the finance, the marketing, the care coordination, all of that is kind of what we've been building. And so, as you zipper them together, we want to make sure that we're, number one, our common architecture is integratable, is extensible, that we're not building so far apart that it's going to be a hard road to bridge. And I don't think that's the case based on what I've seen here right now. And just kind of pause and say, okay, look, what do you have in your toolbox? What do we have in our toolbox? Maybe there's ways we can share information, share resources, and figure out what we're going to do. Because in order to make a personal injury, ecosystem work, you need both sides. You need the clinical and the business side. And so, Doc, and Alex, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but we have Dr. Ron on here because he hasn't seen this yet either, is we started with the supposition, right? We started with our basic idea of how do we build agentic workers? How do we build agentic employees for the front office, right? And how do we build it for our network? So we have care coordinators, right, that manage a case file, that move the patient on their journey. What does that look like? That converse with the doctor's office, that converse with the attorney's office. They're responsible for moving the patient through that pathway, hence our name Pathways, to recovery. Additionally, we also have kind of marketing components of things, like for our beta that we discussed with you, Doc. When we capture these leads from social media, how do we bring them in? How do we move them into our pipeline? How do we assign them to attorneys? And therefore, how do we assign them to doctors, right? All of that stuff. That's what we have been focusing on. And the idea would be essentially, we capture the leads, we bring them in here, we manage them clinically. Then at anything that happens at point of care, right, we switch over to your platform. And I haven't built out this workflow just yet at a high level, but I certainly can. And I was showing this to Alex here. And if you give me just a second, because I think you've seen this here, I'm going to share my screen really, really quickly. Because now I'm starting to have to curate a lot of documents to get to you, Doc, now that we're down this path here. But let me pull this up here really, really quick.
Amazing work, by the way, Dr. Kalia. That's amazing. It's beautiful, has a beautiful UI. The use case is spot on. You don't have a lot of fat in there. It's real. It's beautiful, beautifully executed.
Yeah. Why don't you give a little bit of background on while I'm pulling this up?
Yeah.
Get going.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little background on me. serial entrepreneur, whatever. I started off really early, really young, launching my own products and services, working a lot in the entertainment space, the music industry. So kind of providing a lot of tools in the music industry space and kind of for entrepreneurs and small business. So kind of started working for like bigger corporations and companies like Bell Helicopter, um, startups, NFL, NCAA, things like that, where you have a lot of high traffic and a lot of high volume, high scope, where just kind of understanding the audience at mass, and so started working in those spaces as a front end engineer. So having a lot of understanding of the users and understanding how to build products around the users and things like that. So really leading on the design end, the product development, and just as a full stack engineer, and built out my own media streaming platform, and that was a pretty big success back in 2015. That was garnering about 6.7 million hits a month. We're 10 years later and still hitting around for 2 million right now. So been consistent with it. I've always had that business up, and I've used it as like a data mining um, and like a test playground for launching products into production. So I've really been using Free Label as my lead magnet, just giving that it gives a lot of trust into the industry, because we can basically go back to our network and ask for anything we want and build products around that whole entire space. So so agentic AI is where we landed. We actually built a CMS and services marketplace for creators, brands, and businesses. So we started facilitating a lot of the work and the invoicing, the payment processing, the distribution and payout splits, all of that. Started working that out within our own ecosystem. So everything was all in one for creators and brands and businesses. So we already had all those data
Built his
points.
own recording industry.
Basic.
That's for independent providers, right? And so if you think about that, all of the business components that empower individual creators or individual artists, from their distribution and content to their contracting to their booking of venues, right? It's just a business workflow.
The full ERP essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
everything was
so-
a data point. Every single venue, every deliverable,
Exactly.
every transaction, every conversation. Yeah,
Which, if you put that over a medical, context, you can now see the workflow, right? And so, and Alex and I have been dear friends, and so I knew that he was very focused on we've been working on a lot of kind of, back and forth on modeling in general. And I advised him with Era Capital on when he first started. So when we reconnected on this, I was like, I think that you purposely built an ecosystem that is very useful for what we're trying to do. And you're not coming at it with preconceived notions of healthcare. So let's be a disruptor, and let's understand, like, how can we, really create an ecosystem for providers, hence the business context. And I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm going to let you get to it, Alex. But I think this is kind of important context. Let's see, let me pull up a window here. Let me just share this entire screen. Okay. Because this is essentially the continuum that we're playing in, right? And let me open this up here. So as we move in the personal injury context from case acquisition all the way to case funding, right? These workflows, this workflow rather is sorry, I'm gonna get back here. This workflow is the entire industry. Now, when I take a step back and think about it in terms of what we're building here, then everybody has different pieces of the puzzle, right? The lead gen component, Blue Sky is going to be using our platform to do the lead gen and qualification. The intake at the legal side, bringing them in, and then getting handed off to us so we can do our intake and then send it to our doctors. That's also handled on Iris. The clinical treatment component of things, well, that's Aziz MD, that's you, Dr. Palia, right? We're providing the care. The patient journey, there's the journey on the healthcare side, that's also you with your workflow orchestration too, Doc, but it's also our business as well with the administrative aspect of it, right? The predictive analytic modeling, that's what we've been building, and that's where David comes in with his neural engines on top of what Alex has. I'm gonna skip the spot here. Like the lead gen, the demand packages, the coordination of notes to provide attorneys, life care plans. That's what our agents are doing. It just moves on and on and on. The personal injury RCM component of it, that's also the business side of things that we're building, which is what Iris can integrate in with. And then we get to the next step, which is the whole funding component. And those are the other partners that we have on deck. And that's where our Pathways beta model, Verint's one of the leaders in the space. CarePoint and Verint, they're the same company. This is their analytics arm that controls about 70% of the personal injury healthcare market on the finance side. And they're institutional investors for us. So when I take a step back, right, like this is the entire place. And as you can see, we have now all the bases covered, right? Now it's about just kind of integration and orchestration to figure out what does this actually look like. And getting to that point, that's kind of where we are, right? I'm always leery about building Frankensteins. I just don't want to build a dinosaur. And I think everyone's got their own domain expertise, where they play in, and that's kind of where we're at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so Alex, from a technology stack perspective, you're going to have essentially a Postgres access data set. We will give you the schema access. We'll also give you the PG vector access for to give you the RAG access to all the data points inside it, depending on how you want.
Already vectorized?
Yeah, so
nice.
Because when you're going to have EHRs, we are going to have, I don't know. For example, Ron may have 5-year history of that patient. We still have to go back and see and analyze that, for example, this car accident did exactly what they're supposed to, or was it a pre-existing condition, all of those things. So the idea is that when my analysis of clinical work happens is that A, we want to make sure that this injury was because of this event. That's number one. Number two, what impact the patient will have that actually establishes in the future the payment system. So if the patient already has debilitated state, if they're getting more disabled, or they're high functioning pianist with a wrist fracture on the right arm, that whole thing needs to be captured so that Richard can go from 12 million to 28 million. So, but the clinical piece is my portion, right? That's what I'm saying. So that summary will require, okay, what is the chronic state, the event, and then of course the post-event treatment. That is the whole analysis that my job is to give it to you. Now the point that I need to make is that I need to be a little aggressive, and I am already very aggressive, just to let you know. There's a whole point the whole point that I built all of this is because as a physician, I'm being screwed over. And then unfortunately they say bend over and I have to bend over, which I hate the most. Anyway, so the large insurance companies are going to say, I don't want to pay this shit. And that's wrong. He's going to piss off, right? Or they're not going to reimburse us.
Yeah.
So the whole point of you building this ISAMD and this was that I can increase my reimbursement significantly. I mean, significantly means somewhere between 2.5 to 5%, which is insane, by the way, with the numbers we play with. Mm-hmm. So the idea was to do that already. The other portion comes in is that how to present clinical data in an, it's always going to be ambiguous, right? I'm never going to say, okay, this is what it costs this. Never happens, right? Nobody can do it. May, maybe, might, etc. But eventually the AI needs to be enough trained or enough output needs. It's not about AI training, it's about output training, and you know how it is.
Yeah, that's where I'm at the outside layer, which is the context, exactly.
Correct. So that is exactly. So we have, Argella, it generates 50 responses from 50 inputs with different outputs, with different prompting, all of that, and we analyze that 5,000 outputs, and then we have traceability and essentially doing that. So that's what we do. And then the idea is, okay, this is good enough. Now, for that, interestingly, I do not need a lot of data. What I do need is to generate a lot of data and evaluate which data point is going to be this. So, Ron, what I need is basically, let's say 10, okay? And then 5 of them are losses and 5 of them are winners in different categories. Complete set of data, right? Images, I don't know, if it went to clinical trial papers, lawyer summaries, everything, end to end. I just need 10 of them.
Right.
And then what I need to do is read them carefully and then walk backwards. That what different scenarios can come in. And then that's pretty much it, what I actually need from a data standpoint. Because what I need to generate from these 10 is actually 1,000 cases, and 1,000 cases will generate 100,000 papers. What that 100,000 papers will be, I need to set up a team that they're going to review and how they're going to review it and everything. So that's how basically it works out for me, essentially, Alex. But what the key touch point is that you are going to log into your system, the pre-legal workup, patient, whatever you have information. You click one button, the data set, it notifies into my operating system, okay, Ron, this is now ready for you. Whatever information I have already from the Ron's EHR, I'm going to pull. If anything else is needed, Ron is going to dictate on my payment, and then it's going to click a button, and then it's going to push to back to you. And I don't know where you're going to take it from. Presumably, you're going to take it to the second step of verification. My job here is to make sure that the Ron's evaluation becomes fast, easy, voice input, completely done appropriately. The second job is that Ron doesn't have to call the radiologist doesn't have to call back. There's a clear collaborative system that everyone can collaborate on one platform. That is my second job. And my third job is, Alex, to give you data, which I'm telling you right now, is going to be Postgres and pgvector.
We're already doing that with Service AI.
So this might be a good point just to jump in, Alex, and if you can just do a 5-minute walkthrough on the system so everyone.
My camera is gonna go on and off, but I'm here, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry, my daughter just came.
This is a vape zone.
Two. Cool. Yeah, I was there. It's like, dang it.
Feel comfortable, you know. So
Cool.
We're this is the pirate ship. This is the Brain Trust.
Good
Arg.
job.
We're going to be very, very close, guys. So let's get comfortable, take your shoes off.
Yeah, cool,
You know
cool.
what I mean?
Okay, so
I
there's
think-
two things I want to kind of like poke at. So the first thing, I think that like, thank you for everything. I think so what you're talking about, I think the thing that brought all of y'all here today is that, which is what I'm looking for, which is specialized training in that knowledge sector. You know, like I need the specialized, I said the word earlier,
Domain knowledge.
yeah, that domain knowledge basically. And that's kind of, you know, I've done the orchestration layer. We have automated the vectorization of any document, pretty much made it really easy to give us data multimodal in any way, and OCR supporting, pretty much, able to handle all injection use cases. So we got the orchestration layer figured out. We can do that walk back like you're talking about if you provide the API, and then we could train the AI to learn how to walk back on things. We just need that domain specialization, and
So let me clarify this, Alex. What are you gonna get in terms of data, and what am I gonna get in terms of data? So the data you're gonna get right now to set up the project, essentially. If you pull up that screen again, Richard. So the main data points that you are getting essentially are, so that's clarified, because Ron is giving me data from a clinical perspective, right?
mm-hmm.
And he's going to give me a little bit of legal perspective only so that I can design the clinical output to match somewhat the legal clarity.
Yeah.
What you're getting is legal gen demographic qualification, right? So let's just review this. This will be name, age, the event. The event could be a car accident, electrocution. I don't know what that would be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be essentially a report. Now I'm going to give you an example of police report. Keep that showing in a minute, for example. So let's say this is a police report, right? Actually, this is my dad's car accident that happened yesterday.
Sheesh.
So the idea is that you will have Mistral OCR or whatever, and you need to, be able to scan this, extract this information in a way that you get the meet point in. That meet point will be essentially that whose fault is it. So this is, contributing factor, right? Investigator's opinion. That is the key, for example, phrase that what is that one? And then of course you're gonna capture this, and then you're gonna capture this, for example, image. So now we go back to stop sharing his screen again, and then that will be your intake. So what you need to basically do is you need to train on that step one first. Now what that qualification means, what those events driven forms look like, and then use Google's Lang extract to extract that information into an OCR and set that information to me. What I need from you is first name, last name, date of birth, right? Essentially, or social security number. And then I'm gonna search everyone's files, right? Whoever is connected to me. I mean, right now I'm not connected to a larger health exchange system, but with my second round of funding, that's the first goal that we're gonna achieve. And we are gonna go to the state level and see wherever their records are to grab it.
And Doc, to that point, I haven't told you this, but we have a relationship with one of the top health exchanges. They have about 240 million lives covered. And so these guys sell data, they're data brokers for Cerner and for Epic. And so their CEO is the guy that trained even of law. Like, so did it all mass tort, but they had a falling out, which is how, we can talk more about it, but we have that relationship and we can keep going. But anyway.
That's awesome.
So now you have that information. Now what you're building at that point in time from an analytics perspective is that how is that are you gonna take up this case, the lawyer, right? So for example, if you're gonna present an information to an attorney, I need to give you a very small summary of the clinical part. You get the summary of this part, and then let's say, okay, this has 82% chance of winning. Then you're gonna charge attorney rather than $1,000, $10,000. That's Richard's problem. But what I'm saying is that, do you understand what I'm trying to say? So your job is not what Ron or I am gonna bring in. I am gonna give you a summary beautifully done that is gonna be in a JSON format that you can ingest any way you want. The problem for you would be how are you going to get the police reports or any other event reports that Richard can think of, and how do you extract data from there, vectorize it, and then move forward?
I think we have Richard had this really great picture, and it showed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers, and then there's like the top layers, which is application layer and kind of the main use case, and we have the vectorization, the workflow, the execution, the integration layer. We have that scaffolded out, and we're able to basically bring it all together. So yeah, I mean, working with Richard, we're diving into finding what the use case actually is and plugging in those correct integrations to be able to get that data. Being able to process it, vectorize it, make it searchable, doing the context engineering in the smartest way possible. That's being done within the Iris framework. So, that's kind of the space.
So Iris is the framework that David is using.
No, Iris is the framework that we're using, and that's on Alex's side. And maybe you just pop it up.
Yeah.
Alex.
Okay. Sorry.
Before we go, I just want to first, Ron, we have been talking for a lot, and then at the end of the day, you are the client that we need to, make it faster for you. Any recommendations until now from your standpoint that I have blind spot, right? Junaid, what did you think of that? Or what?
So my main concern is, and I'm not computer literate like you guys are, so understand that this is totally a novice speaking here. I understand that EMRs are different, and their data points are different, and I know that the system that I use is archaic, and it seems to be two systems merged into one, and although I've got a system that makes it operate fairly fast, I hope that you can pull the data points that you need off of that. So I don't know how that'll work. It's probably another phone call, you and me talking to our EMR provider. But ultimately, like I said to Richard, is that, you know, in general, most docs do a great job of documenting the cases and documenting the injuries, but how to present that in a format that is friendly to, number one, an 8th grade educated jury, and number two, a Colossus software that's looking to figure out ways to devalue the case. So those are the two biggest factors. So, you know, Richard and I have talked offline about this, and I want to be able to get not only the medical documentation part of how to optimize the wording for Colossus on the medical side, but then also have the system understand what the attorneys are needing. And so I've provided some items to Richard about that, to several books that I've read through the years on how to optimize the value of the case from the attorney side. So I want to take everything that you guys are talking with, plus getting the best of what the legal minds are doing right now to optimize the case, because you know as well as I do, you could have been the best doctor possible and they got better fantastically. You're the best doctor ever on documenting, but if you got some chucklehead that's on a billboard that screws up your case, then it's a terrible case, right? So we need to make sure that this is almost childproof. And I know that sounds like a big task, and so that's my main concern, is I want to make sure that, like, every time I go to trial, I learn something new and I add that to my notes, so that if the next attorney that tries to come up with that question, I'm already ahead of them. So that's what I want to be with this system, I'm hoping, and this is because I'm a novice and I'm saying this, I'm hoping that what we teach the AI will make it intuitive, so it figures out the next step for us. You know, I don't know if that's possible, but I think that with this system, if we can stay ahead of the game, stay ahead of the insurance companies, we are going to be the leaders in the industry across the country. They will fear us. So I know it's like a big, I know I'm speaking in big terms and not specificities like you guys.
I understand that completely. So
Yeah.
that will require something. You will have a front end in which I'm going to show you a couple of so it says 100,000 examples. What I'm going to end up doing is basically, you know, there will be another verifier LLM that's going to go through, and then 10,000 is left. Out of the 10,000, then I'll be reviewing it and then bring it down to 1,000, and you will get 100 of them, and then we'll figure out a process. And the idea is that not just you, then the legal person, all of that. So I have to work on that, because at the end of the day, the benefit is not training an LLM. It's essentially training the output with, you know, context engineering and prompt engineering, rather than actually pre-training a whole model, which again, that's what Richard is going into. But I just want to make sure, Richard, it's a different game.
Right.
It is not, it is essentially context engineering and prompt engineering, not actually pre-training the model.
Exactly.
Because pre-training the model is stupid, because I mean, I don't know, Alex, did you see Kimi K 2.1? It's insane, man.
Yeah.
And it's 0.75 cents per a million token. I mean, I can never beat that infrastructure-wise and everything. So, anyways.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, no, we're definitely on the context layer. We're definitely,
Correct, on the context there.
yeah,
Anyways.
1,000%.
So, Ron, I know you're busy, and if you have to head off, that's fine. Me and Alex are gonna have another hour talking about this, by the way. So, I just wanna give you.
Yeah, go ahead, have the floor.
Give you your time, and then I understand that you have some travel coming up, and I understand it is as easy as travel is becoming. It is always annoying.
Well,
So-
before Ron, you're more than welcome to stick around, Ron.
Yeah, of course,
You
yes.
certainly can. But to go back to the data discussion, you know, here's the.
Right, just the data discussion is more important, and then I'm gonna come and comment on a few things on that, the Kanban view and everything. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, you know, I think one of the elephant in the room around the data is, you know, we talked a little bit about this, but it's certainly art or science. You know, the art of the trial, right? Which is the attorney vector that goes into this. That changes everything dramatically. All we have is empirical data on the healthcare side of things, right? Which are the building blocks towards the case, but they could be skewed, as Ron was talking about, based on, you know, how the attorney handles the case. So all of this gets, put into an actual case, which is either won or lost or settled, right? And that's the legal side of things. I think to get to the Colossus point, we're going to need that full continuum of data. And, I think that's going to be one of the challenges, like getting some of the legal data in there. And I'm going to talk to our attorneys and get some of this data. But we need data, and we need a case, and we need a full.
Yeah, I just need full files.
Exactly. And so that's what I'm working on right now. And because we have some of those cases, now I need to go get a consent from our attorneys, blah, 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 in order to be able to do that. And obviously things are going to be chained in a localized environment, so that, obviously we all know HIPAA, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be fine. But, to that point, everything that Ron was talking about is we have a natural competitor in the marketplace, and we have a foil that we can build against. And the good news is that they're they're somewhat of a black box, but we know enough about them to be able to engineer what a defensible position as an antithesis to Colossus would be. And I've created a document, which I'll share with all of y'all guys on Colossus. Here, I'll share my screen here really, really quickly. I'm curating it still going through some of it because it's a lot. But let's see, pull this up here. I'm not doing this. Sure. Okay. So I have an entire briefing on everything that we need to know about Colossus. And like I said, it's a lot. It's like 70 pages right now. I'm refining that, and I want to get that to y'all guys here, within the week. And additionally, some other contextual stuff that we want to talk about too, but we can get in that on our development side, Dr. K. And because Alex has more information about our business side than you have, and I think it's time to get everyone level set, right? So let me stop sharing. We'll get back to where we're at. Anyway, we're going to have some of that information, and then I think from there we need to determine what are we missing in the gaps. Like I agree with you. I don't think it's this exercise of fine-tuning models based on certain cases. I think it's really about it's really about creating the context and creating the guardrails for efficient work put output, right?
And real-time data. Real-time data that won't be it's going to be changing on top of.
Right. It's too dynamic, and so what we need to do is really create the logic in terms of how we orchestrate that, and that is done with certain strategies like Replit and Running with the Bulls. I know this sounds stupid names, but they're acronyms.
You mean Reptile?
Reptile, rather. Yeah, Replit's the So we have that. Ron's actually given me that information, and so I'm going through it all right now. So what I want to do is make it, chunkable, parsable, get the core stuff down there so we can influence the models, knowing that as long as you're trained on the same data, like it's going to be a much more effective trade-off, right? And that's kind of where my head's at. I still need to figure that piece out. We're at that point. Like I said, we moved a lot faster than I thought. So you can call it a little flat-footed, but I'm going to hustle and get all that for us here within the So anyway, but Alex, I didn't mean to take your thunder. Why don't you show them really, really quickly what you've been working on? And
this is built on ShadCN UI, it seems like it, so that's great.
Tailwind. I don't. It's like a 8-year-old website, 7-year-old website. So, early Vue.js.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Still built on Vue 2 actually, because it's a production legacy. Some of our marketing sites are obviously using Next and the newest and greatest, but this one is high traffic, bulletproof, production, ready. So super old Tailwind, not even ShadCN. I wish. So I've worked for big Fortune 500 companies and stuff, like maintaining their in enterprise level component design, component libraries. So first thing I did for myself was exactly that, was component libraries. So now in the age we're in now, I just have a lot of agentic coding. Look at my libraries, look at my service classes, and we're just scaffolding away on 10-year-old plus architecture. So it's great.
It works. It works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's without all the money in the world, we're just building the MVP, right? And then, my job's to go get the money, and then, we're all on the island together.
Yeah. So basically, this is where your reports would come in. Everything in this is vectorized. You're able to attach. I used some of the same terminology. Didn't know where it was coming from. Didn't know you
Yeah.
built your own case reviewer. So I'm
Well,
not.
I wanted y'all guys to have, I knew, like, I'm kind of the orchestrator here.
It was a
Working
competition.
within your own frameworks, right? And given that, I know that the kernel, I don't want to stifle creativity. And so starting with the common framework is important. And so I wanted you now to see, Doc, like, this is our take on things. And I think that here's the question, right? Because now we have combined resources, what can we do to help you in your effort? You got your dev teams and everything else. Alex is, certainly on demand for you, whatever you need, we're here to help, right? But we have a different framework because we're focusing on the business side. So, and I said, Alex, let's try to mirror, I had him change all the labels and everything else, like mirror some of the same stuff, like so that we can have a common, point of integration on things, even though they're fundamentally different, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So at a high level, this is Iris. It's an orchestration platform. You can build your own agents, your own workflows. You can just click on a new project, and as you can see, you can build an AI generated one from on demand. You can choose which integrations, and this is what I'm doing now. I'm trying to figure out what integrations, because there's millions out there, practically.
Right.
But
Well, the idea was that when we started too, because we're also playing not just in personal injury healthcare, but
So are you using a framework for that? Are you using the Crew AI in the back end? Or do you just straight up,
it's all
Python?
written from scratch. I use PHP and Vue.js on for the client side orchestrator. So there's a front end orchestrator on the client side, and then uh, I'm on V4. Okay, so um, there used to be a front end orchestrator on the client side, but now it's all happening inside of a job. So now I'm just polling on the job with a WebSocket, and and it's all written from PHP and yeah.
Okay. So what you showed right now for 2 seconds was like LLMs like OpenRouter and Gemini and everything. What you're building right now, what it seems like are agents. Agents is basically essentially, one tool, one prompt, you got an agent.
Yeah.
But when you are coming to agentic, which you are basically essentially using, a sequence of agents, how are you orchestrating that in current system?
Yeah.
That's where do we even need it? I'm just sort of understanding.
So there's two.
Why
There's
do I need it? I can show you why, but I just want to make sure what is your use case?
Yeah, so there's two levels to this. There's you chat. There's the chat. It's kind of a multi-step on-demand orchestrator. So that kind of happens as you chat. See, I asked here, hey, can you fetch this case and do an analysis? So it sends it off to the case reviewer integration, then checked Google Drive, and then worked on some of the memory items in the memory, and then it was able to give a summary, and we're using Google Gemma as the provider on the model. So that happens right there in the chat on demand as you chat to it. But then there are long-term workflows that are basically human in the loop workflows, and that's where these more robust workflows come in. And this is where you kind of design. Right now, it's still in beta. I need to make sure that our execution engine is all good to go. And then, but there's a lot of robust under
A couple
the.
points to that, just for Dr. K's understanding. Service is our existing CRM. So we're live in our database right now, right? And
SERVIS or SER?
SERVIS, service.ai. And so I mentioned them to you, but now it's important. So Service AI is, we have a close relationship with your CEO, and he's former SVP at Salesforce. And he wanted to build a health cloud that was cost effective and affordable, but it was really built on like 2020 rails and not 2000 rails like Salesforce, right? It's nightmare. But what they're trying to do is be middleware for everybody, right? So you integrate in Epic, all these purpose built, and that's all they are. So they know what we're doing, and why I'm building everything for service is because now we go to them and say, look what we've done. Bring RadView, bring a ZMD, bring our stuff to your 5,000 clients that are all healthcare providers, right? So kind of purpose built, and they're great. They have this kind of interesting low to code, no code. It's like they're really for like, I'm a medical device company and I need to access EHR data, right? Like that's really their sweet spot. And so, but they haven't built out. They stopped, basically on-prem, and they haven't built out, agentic solutions. And so that's why I'm like, okay, here's our little use case, but we can do that. And when I told Alex, like purpose built, we started with this framework of, imagine we're selling to a physician's clinic, right? We're not going to handle all the medical stuff, right? We're not going to handle the clinical point of care stuff. We'll partner with those groups like you. But imagine we build out an agent that allows the business aspect or the office manager to say, oh, I want to build my own agents for my office. I want something to handle marketing. I want something to handle intake. I want something to handle, appointment scheduling. Someone to handle medical records retrieval. Well, you can pick whatever agents you want and build a composite employee. We're building a virtual MA. Does that make sense? So
No, I understand completely, but I just want to concentrate a little bit. So Iris is going to be the back end for Pathways AI, and the Iris is already integrated with Services AI for your essentially an AI, a CRM of steroids, and then that grabs all the information from Services AI that goes into your system and essentially does CRM to essentially summarizes case summaries, etc., and then goes into the next step is basically ask for information, and my information will be plugged in. Let's just call it
case
I'm
reviewer.
I'm gonna say ISA UCS, ISA Universal Case Review, whatever.
Okay.
And it's gonna pull in all the information that I collected from radiology, everything, all of that, because PACS, bundling, DICOM integrations, EHR integrations, all of this you don't have to do. That's what I have done. It comes into Iris, and then Iris goes into
Wherever.
the next step would to the CarePoint. Now, why are you building so many integrations, man? I mean, maybe. So Iris will be rebranded as Pathways AI and stripped down because this is too much.
Exactly. Yeah, we just have everything turned on right now.
Music. I come from the music industry, because you got to understand. So my use case, my demand right now is very widespread. So my partnership with Richard is to create Patty or Pathways AI, which is the stripped down medical version with the integrations in.
But remember, with our beta program, we're social media marketing to capture leads for personal injury healthcare, right?
But that you're going to push to services anyways, right?
Well, no, it goes through Iris, and then we capture it, and we can decide what we want to do with it. That is going to go to a medical val doctor. So we capture a lead, so Blue Sky Legal also uses Iris, right? And they're just marketers. They're social media marketers. That's all they are for personal injury cases. We're on top of the country. So all of their programmatic information, they've got their own platform too. All of their programmatic information, that lead comes through, Iris captures it, We have a voice integration. So with another group called Elite Gen AI, they've got talking agents, which are fantastic. And Alex has met with their CEO. And there's a tremendous partnership there because their voice is hard and they're focusing only on voice. And so they're like, look, we'll capture all that. We'll plug it, it'll drop.
So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I understand, Richard. Richard, tell me, you got all the information summarized from my side. Who cares what we call it? That, USC or radiology review, whatever that case may be. And Iris is built, which will essentially summarize the legal or nothing else. I mean, legal and everything. What is the final output that you envision, and to whom am I providing it to?
So I guess it depends on the perspective, right? Because remember, we have, outcomes for doctors. Well, we have requirements for doctors, requirements for attorneys. At the end of the day, the requirement for the attorneys is here's the complete case file, all curated, orchestrated. Here's the medical chronology. Here is the demand letters that need to happen. And here's the general strategy for the case based on the medical evidence. And then it's a handoff to the attorney, right? And that's it. That's for the doctor. That's for the attorney.
So the final client at the end of the day is the attorney.
Yes, it will be. But our clients are the physicians. So we need to have all of the documentation for their, professional licensure, for their continuity of care, for their follow-up, everything else, all packaged, right? And here is here's how much you're supposed to get paid, right? And so, we now know this, and this is all the data that has been provided on the case. So now that the physician has a record of that, right? Does that make sense? So both of those pieces of information, right, are important because when you add them together, that's the entire, footprint for an individual case. Now, all of that data needs to go to CarePoint because they're the financier, right? So we're kind of this middle layer of just the care coordination that's zippering up the clinical workflows and the administrative workflows in order to deliver a final product to attorneys, to physicians, and to the financiers. And that's kind of where we stop. Now,
speaking of financiers, what is the output that and that's not me, but I just want to make sure that at least we know who's, Alex is going to work on it. So what would be a report look like to financiers? I don't want to know if you don't want to tell me, but I'm saying is that
this is all collaborative.
I would 100% be the orchestrator to not answer that. I would literally source to y'all, I would tell you how I could get the right answer, but it really lies in y'all's domain expertise, and I can orchestrate and put that into an engineered prompt or context, you know what I mean? And build out the context properly. And, I can do the training on the context level and make sure.
Yeah, I think everything looks great and amazing, and Iris can be stripped down, but it needs to add a significant component of data extraction through OCR to police reports or something like that. That seems to be the one thing that is currently missing.
So
the reason I'm saying is that yeah, go ahead.
We have that. So let me show you right now. Wait, there's more.
So what are you using for OCR?
So we don't necessarily have to. Well, we don't necessarily. I'll let Alex answer that, but let me kind of show you something else too, right? Because it's not just we're going to get the data file from. We're going to get the patient, right? So, and think about it in the context of the beta, right? So from social media, we capture the social media lead, right? The agent talks to that patient. They qualify them as, is this a personal injury case or a medical case? Fine. It comes to us. We send it to medical validation. The important step in there is that we get consent.
Okay, that's what I need the list from you, Richard. What you need to create for me is exactly what you said. These are 5, these are sort of 20 variations. Car accident A, car accident B, medical validation, drug error A, medical validation, procedure report B. Do you understand? These are the kind of things we need. Because what what Alex needs to do is prepare like a preliminary and then ask me accordingly to prepare a clinical summary that matches those different sort of scenarios, because that's a lot of we can have a context, but we need to context in this when we can have one data source, but we need to switch context pretty fast.
Exactly. So
That's where the specialized agents would come.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And so to go back to what I was saying when we have the large data source, right? So this is Marvel API. This is what I was telling you about. Okay. So they are just the data rails, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their services are for, well, I mean, they have a variety of stuff, but like I said, they have like, I think 240 million lives covered, right? And, see, let me look at the website here, but they had, I'm trying to find out their healthcare use case here. Where's their, they changed their website. Let's see, it's right. There's the whole healthcare component. Oh, here we go. We unlock healthcare data, right? I don't know if you can see this here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now they have a spin-off company, right? And I'll send you all this. Their spin-off company is this group called Settle It.
Mm-hmm.
Settle It targets mass tort, right? So class action lawsuits. Like, you know, the Purdue Pharma case or the opioid case?
Mm-hmm.
They did all the data for that.
Oh, wow.
So,
Big deal.
yep, they've got all the codes already done. Right? So they can pull consumer reporting, insurance data, prescription codes, state health exchanges, EMRs, all the data that we need. We just plug into their API.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got their own little product for personal injury attorneys. So if you think about mass tort, right? Mass tort is class action, big time. You know, I'm suing Bear, you know, or you know, why is talcum powder, or whatever it is. I always pick on the Purdue Pharma. Okay, fine, right? They're able to pull all that data and append their data sets with all of these public available data files. And so they're like, well, if we're doing this for mass tort, what do we do for personal injury? Oh, we can probably do some of this. We can, create profiles, pull their driving records, pull their credit files, pull pre-existing conditions, what providers did they see, all of that. And they do that. This is a service that they offer to attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So the attorneys are currently doing this, and they're using this to validate their cases, right? Here's the fact sheet on my client. Here's all the providers he saw, right? Here's his credit history. Is he, how many felonies does he have? Like, what data can I drive into on the state health exchanges to create that composite background, right? Make sense? And
so that makes if we have access to that, that makes my life much more easier. But then my job becomes that I need to ensure that even if they're dictating in our EHR, they can actually follow our template on ISAMD, get that information quickly, and Ron can say, now fill out a PI template.
Well,
on this.
I think that's a different use case, right? So all this data is available. Let's just call it static data, right? So you think about the workflow. We capture the lead in the wild. We bring it. It goes to be medically validated. So before an attorney even touches it, we're capturing the lead. At that point, we get consent because it's the medical side. Now we can access this data. We append the data to the lead, and then we give it to the attorneys. So it's all in a bow, right? Then, so we've done an initial read. Here you go. Here's the case. Do you want it? It's tagged to our network. We've got this backend information. It's ready to go. But then it goes into our network. So now it's in the pathways camp. And like, say it's going to Dr. Ron for medical valve, right? Well, Dr. Ron is using Azia MD And now that's trained on our specific requirements for the case. So this is a second source of data, and that's the current data post-accident. Because everything that Marble API and Settle are doing are all the pre-existing stuff. But so now in the case, we need the live stuff. And that's where, if you go back to that little workflow, there's, you know, your piece is, I want every single one of our doctors using Azia MD for not just PI, but for their normal business.
Perfect. Ron, actually, we can actually sit together one of these days and then set up a separate meeting. And why don't we give you ISAMD free right away so that you can start using it anyways, as long as you can get the integrations done. So why don't we start a chain of email between you, me, and your current EHR provider that we need access, and, you know, hey, you just send an email to them, CC me, that, hey, I want ISAMD, how do we get it? And then I'll start figuring that out in the meanwhile anyway, so that you guys get this access until we have this full-blown thing, and then we'll figure out a very simple process, because sometimes they charge, I just want to know how much and everything as well.
Yeah.
And this way things will start moving. Do you guys do X-rays at your place?
No, I order them out. So, yeah, absolutely. That sounds great. I just need a BAA between your company and my clinic so that we can share information.
Oh, we have it through Pathways, but we can send
Okay.
We can send that.
Okay.
But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more.
Alex, he confuses us a lot. I'm just messing up.
But wait, there's more.
I'm always distilling the information he gives me into different actionable areas.
So
Let's put it in a bin.
Medical day work for you. Okay. At 2V.
okay,
ACTUVI.
exactly. So when we think about this, right, and the reason why I'm bringing them up now is because of Azia. Okay. Great. We want this there's two use cases. There's the healthcare side of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the PI side of things, right? Doesn't matter how we get into the clinic. Doesn't matter the practitioner. We want them to use Azia for all of their clinical workflow. That's what it is, right? Just that's the point of it. That's the starting journey. That's the clinical encounter. Okay. So Actuvi is a well-financed startup here that's coming out of stealth mode that I happen to also know the CEO very well.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we've kind of gotten to a point, I picked up the phone and called him and said, look, I think we're ready to pick up our conversations.
Mm-hmm.
So what Actuvi is they're just a digital healthcare delivery platform. They're focusing on patient monitoring, whether it's therapeutic or, you know, RPM, right? And they built out this platform. I'm gonna log in. So they've got the dashboards right now. You can, let's see, admin level. You can now, let's see, let me get to.
Yeah, so just FYI, I was at Vice President of V1 Health. I was part and parcel of designing their RPM system, including device integrations, monitoring dashboards, everything. So what are you trying to do with this inside our system?
So what they have is their primary clients are pain management docs, right? So for example, I can, you know, they have, you know, wound care. These are just examples that I've loaded, right? But pain, for example, I can now measure, you know, their pain scale. I can, you know, they have a patient app that, you know, the person checks in on. You know, I can send therapy to them.
Yeah. By the way, Ron, do you know that you can basically do PCM, primary care management, through this platform, and that PCM is about $80 a month or so.
Right.
And then that software companies get $40. So I built this whole platform, by the way, if you look at the archive one,
Mhm.
and then I discarded it because unfortunately I did not like the business because I mean the margins are too low for me. But
Right.
anyways, so that's one of the reasons. So there's a medication module for the patients that they will confirm that what medications they took or not took. There's a journal module in this that hey, they're gonna do journal entries like daily pain management. If they're doing whatever symptom, fatigue is a symptom, how much symptom they're having, fatigue, even mood, all of those things. So I built this out, believe it or not, and then I discarded the project because I'm just going to be, I need 80% sort of margins,
Right.
because 40% is going to go to sales and commissions and
Exactly.
everything, and then 40% is going to go into investor pockets. So what I'm saying is that this is amazing, but I'm just trying to figure out where this comes
Yeah,
in.
I'm about to tell you. So for all of those reasons is why we don't want to do that business. Right? But however, they've already solved the how do we get PI into the patient's pockets, right, on their phone. They've already solved the workflow pieces across multiple industries. Multiple subspecialties. And what they don't have is the AI.
Okay.
So what I told them was, hey, why don't we partner and use a ZMD as their point of care for their physicians? And they said, wow, that's really interesting. And I haven't shared this with you yet because we've just initial conversation. We got so many, I don't want us to drown in opportunity. But they're like, well, we can build out a personal injury module for you guys so that this is also loaded. This is another point of market entry for us, right? And that's it. So, like we can design, like, so Ron, we could put a, Croft guidelines in here, for example, and monitor that way. We can create, here's physical therapy that they can send out. So, okay, well, you're in recovery from your personal injury. Well, here are the stretches you've got to do that your chiro or your conservative care guys are recommending. That's now on your mobile device, things like that. Like,
So this is very important. One of the things that is important from a patient portal perspective is, at least, of course, always communication, because we need images. I mean, for example, I'm going to, car accident images, right? Where are they going to upload? Or injury, like, for example, I'm just going to be honest with you. This is the one, like, car accident, right? So now I'm sending it to my, insurance company, like, okay, these are the images of the car. So the patient has it, and they need a place where they can upload, including police reports or whatever that case may be.
Right.
And not only just being actually, they actually have the most data too, right? The patients, including which physicians they saw, which healthcare facility they visited, etc. So the patient portal is extremely important.
100%.
And then, of course,
there's another piece of that, Doc, that's also important from us, because at Pathways, we build interdisciplinary teams that are all independent without a network, right? So I need a network to have everybody, collaborate on a case.
Got it. Even if it's RPM, or however it is, you need all inputs and all outputs so that the network is complete.
And for pennies, we can have the platform and white labeled for us. But the quid pro quo is no. You're dropping in Save a Life. And if you look at the one place that what they don't have, like, here's like interdisciplinary teams. I mean, I was kind of just showing you stuff, and I'll give you my login access so you can play around with it. Like here, this would be like this could be a case with all the various doctors all already loaded, right? So you would use this platform, but this is now our Trojan horse that you have to be able to use your solution set in conjunction with them, right?
Let me see. Let me review that backend technologies and stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then go from there.
Exactly. And so it's early days, and I didn't want us to complicate things, and it's kind of like a nice if we could do it, because they handle all the patient onboarding, you know, here are the forms, load up your photos, do all that stuff. Like,
That's exactly so. When you're left with $40, $38 go into that. You're left with $22 of this patient onboarding, especially 48-year-old grandma, is they're loving to use them cell phones, but man, it's hard to get
No.
them to use it properly.
No, agreed. It's look, it's a challenge, and it's a nightmare that I don't want to build. It's a nightmare. I don't want to play in this space. But you know, if it works and we can now expand their service profile to include radiology, you know, great. If we can, if every single one of their doctors around the country, and they're very well capitalized, is now using, you know, a ZMD as point of care, even better. Right?
Perfect. No, I love it.
Yeah, that was just an idea. So I don't want to keep
No,
throwing.
this is important. Yeah, this is important. I'm going to talk to the CEO, set me up a meeting, and then we'll definitely go there.
Yeah.
But I think step one is you gathering the 10 cases end to end for me and Alex.
Yep.
And then me and Alex are going to divide the work up and say, okay, Junaid, you're handling this. Alex is going to say, okay, and then I'm handling this, because that's how it's going to work. So we don't want any deduplication or anything.
Well, that's why I want us to get together here. And here's the other question for us, Doc, which is like, maybe there's componentry that you built that's better, that makes more sense, that we should use that. Maybe there's componentry that Alex has that can be useful to you. You know, like, I think that's what we need to figure out, because also at the same time too, in the context of personal injury, we have to have a Chinese wall that separates you from us, even though we're aligned, right? You know, and so that's the other piece of it too, right? I mean, so there's this whole universe that we're trying to curate. And, you know, as much as I'm against kind of ecosystem plays, in this context, because it's such a fragmented industry, you kind of have to do it. And if everyone's already built things, then let's just be the orchestration layer. And why do we care if all the doctors are using our technology for their business, right?
Got it. No, that's a perfect match. Yeah, me and Alex might have to do a couple of meetings to understand where we have to. What's going to happen is there will be duplication period of effort, because we need to maintain a Chinese wall.
Right.
That's expected, and the Venn diagram is never going to be 10% overlap. I'm just going to say it right now straight. It is going to be around 50%, but we need it. There's no way around it, because where I come in is actually making sure that everything is aligned properly clinically, so that we get the case educated with the ADG, and move towards essentially settlement faster, or whatever that case may be. Whatever success means, is it settlement or win? And then the second part is Alex needs to sort of create that Chinese wall and say, hey, this is going to be this.
Yeah, I think me being on the agnostic framework side, really working on the execution layer, not really being tied to domain space, and also being building this for other use cases in other industries. I think that also adds to the Venn diagram a little bit. We are going to have some overlap, you know, a very dynamic Venn diagram overlap
which is fine.
Yeah.
And I think he can borrow some of my ideas. I can borrow some of his ideas. Who cares? I mean, a lot of people are building it, but we actually have a very, very beautiful use case.
Oh, yeah.
So just to confirm the to-do list, Ron is going to work some of the 10 cases, so is Richard, and then we're going to have the Colossus reports, 10 of them. Ron and me, I'm going to send an email, CC Richard, to start the process of ISAMD integration into his clinic. Anyways, make it available for 2-3 months for free. The go live date for sort of initial of all of this is going to, because I will have, Ron, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this, you know, direct clinical that you're going to use and be happy with. However, while you're doing some of your work, we're going to give you, okay, hey, you did this recording and this is coming like this, and then you can compare and see what we can move forward slowly. And then we share those results with Alex and Richard, and then, you know, we can fine tune it as we go along and then go from there.
Yeah, it'll definitely
Okay.
be an iterative process, you know, and we just are at the point right now because we move so fast, like I was swinging on our call, that like I got to get everyone together here before we get too far down the path.
Yeah.
And we test, and like I think really we're on target for Q1 kind of launch here. And there's a lot of other pieces that we can start looking at. Number one, I got to get the Pathways Week program up off the ground. That's all of the money. Those guys need to come to the table with $20 million commitment annually, right? Like that's what we're working on right now. And that changes everything because now we have the cases. And we got the cases, then doctor, you want the cases, you've got to use our platform, right? Like there's carrots and sticks. So that's the other piece. And then the other things like, reaching out to Marble with their API component, get on them, understand, settle it. Alex, we're going to need to integrate with them and get that API. I'll set that up with us. The Activity piece, let me set up a call with you, Doc, so you can take a look at it. I'm just looking at, we don't want.
And the Marble too, by the way, when you're
Yeah.
with the Marble, just
We don't want a cluttered runway. This is the core team here, right? And we also have David, who's just kind of waiting. And David's like, look, y'all, I don't want to stop your development. I can build whatever y'all guys need. And I'm like, David, that's great. But he doesn't really want to drive into the whole, HIPAA and FDA world, and I totally understand that. But he's like, look, whatever y'all guys need, I'm here. And Doc, I'll share with you our PRDs for all of our agents. And these are the master agents, because I think now, here's the thing, like, you've got an entire development team, Doc, that is fantastic from what I've seen. I mean, I'm so impressed with the elegance and the beauty and the reality of your solutions. They're incredible. And we have a different team, and our team is focused on building out just within Pathways, what solves our agents here. But there's different levels of scale. And so I want to make sure as we go on this together that we're putting forth the right product and the right product mix and the right development decisions, that make the most sense, right? Because we're only as strong as our weakest link. And given that, we need to make sure it's bulletproof, and you have a higher standard because you are dealing in the clinical side of things, whereas we are dealing in the business side of things, right? But what we have is like, we've got the marketing expertise, we've got the ability to append the data, we've got the orchestration layer, we can solve all of these, and we're already working on our internal, data workflows. So because we have to build that. We have to build that for our own business. So I think there's a lot of stuff that we can go to, because I imagine a world when we go in and sell our solution, it's like, well, here's all the clinical background that we have here, but you've got a problem that you want to just run your case files better. Well, here's Iris, right? So we can handle it.
So just one last point, Alex. So the platform that I used for my testing, so by the way, my team builds their own agents end to end when I finalize my testing. Nice. But I normally use N10. You probably have heard of it, right?
Yes, my bait, love, and joy. I basically built Iris in the same understanding, but I feel like I built what is the next step, which is agentic, where each step is an AI agent. So that's what Iris is.
So yeah, so I'm not. So if you look at where's my flow? This is the Hayaya template flow, right? So there's an orchestrator, and then there is basically an agent that you can add on top of it. I don't know if you saw the latest update. Mm-hmm. You can actually add more agents, and you can keep adding agents on a layer basis.
Yeah.
So the idea is that, for example, this is a medical orchestrator. This will be diagnostics, right? And then there will be an agent that is going to be called labs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's going to be an agent in there. It's going to be called radiology. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this is the orchestration layer of multi-omic agents that I've been using to test. But then once I test it, this is the garbage system for production. So you cannot put this in production, right? What it does is that this has to go into a complete Pythonic framework, and we do end-to-end complete agents that are tested for latency and all of that. So I just wanted to show you this where I test stuff, and then I build. I do my own context, I do my own prompt, and then once that is done, I send it to my team, and then they build up the whole back end in a whatever they want to build it. But they have success metrics that they have to reach and everything. So I see that you have built this. It's amazing. I would love to sort of understand this. Are you like, how are you pricing it for other people, like for the rest of us?
Wrong one. Where is it? Let me present something else. Here is, okay.
So no, what I'm saying is that if I were to use Iris for my marketing team to build content,
it's
free.
I'm trying to show the pricing won't pop up. Basically it's oh, I need to be logged in. It's $25 per user. Let me pull up the pricing. Give me 1 second.
And Doc, I mean, we're all, I mean, you just use it, right? Like,
Yeah.
we do whatever we want. I mean, we're here as a team. Yeah.
No. That's not the issue. I'm just still trying to figure out, because I'm just gonna be honest with you. My brother was actually looking and building it, and I just told him not to. But anyways, but you actually
That's
have
funny.
built it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
why the pricing isn't popping up right now, but
That's
it's
okay, no worries.
it's
Why don't you
50.
send me an access, and I want to try it. I want to give you a Loom video about some feedback as well, a few things.
Yeah, I am the sole developer on this, so letting you know that one man, one big yacht. So
Correct.
like,
No, but I mean, a little bit of tweaks that I'm going to show you
of course.
exactly what I did, what I showed you about the end-to-end, and how you can, essentially. So just for lack of a better word, I know you're creating with AI chat. So for example, this is the meta prompts that I use. So go to automations, and then if you go into automations, you go into prompts, and my team gets all these prompts, right? And this is the meta prompt that I use to basically create a proper prompt, right? You're a friendly AI prompt engineer expert, and it is supposed to ask you these questions and then build. So this is the one for context, this is for prompt, this is for AI agent. So I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
And then the idea is that when you are building through AI, you need to ask them these questions, and then on the back end, it seems like you're using anyways Next.js or something. You can just build out an AI agent in Next.js. That's what I'm actually envisioning. I don't know. I'm gonna send it to you via email.
So I'm doing a bunch of
Richard
data manipulation. So like pretty much, yeah. I mean, there's so many points that you can do injection. You could do, there's runtime. You could do RAG. Like I have the AI. And since we're gonna work together, I'll tell you a bunch of stuff that's going on under the hood. But basically, there's bins for everything. I built out the context and there's like long-term memory, chat memory, contextual memory, cached memory, which means it's just fixed in there. Then there's the RAG memory. Like I have it all split out to make sure that these are like highly intelligent and accurate. So we can interchangeably do whatever we want with the system prompt. And what's beautiful is like I got it to a point where you can actually use it under the hood using Claude Code to build out the agents using the Iris framework. So you can build them in the UI, and you could also just build them out with Claude Code. That's how I built out your demo that we looked at today.
Awesome.
So here's the pricing, if you can see.
Yeah. So it's good to know, like, what the systems, what is it? Just, yeah. No, perfect. Thank you so much for Richard. And then let me mull over, let me get the data, and me and Alex both get the data. Then me and Alex are gonna basically build a sort of a line in the sand that this is how we're gonna communicate. And I'm separately gonna work with Ram to get him onboarded and then start working on it, because we will need the data and some of these sort of feedback so that we can improve each other.
Right. And I connected us on WhatsApp.
Awesome. I see here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron.
This
How
is
you
still,
doing?
Yeah, thanks, man.
you know, this is still skunk works. You know, we're just nibbling away at this. I think, you know, in the very, you know, near future, we're probably going to get some very clear lines drawn down, obviously, and get some structure going here. And I think that's, you know, really kind of Dr. K, what I think, you know, it's, and I know this is the first time you've seen this, but, you know, this was just our, you know, kind of chicken scratch back end of what we were, you know, trying to deal with. You know, you're production ready, so, you know, we can adapt to you. You know, I want us to make sure that we're mindful of, you know, resources and time, and you know, what can we do to help each other? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, and so that's kind of where my head's at.
Right. I mean, the whole point is getting to success, and the idea is just sooner the better. But the important point is that either way, we need each other. End of discussion, because we need a Chinese wall. So, and it doesn't matter who develops what, but somebody else has to maintain it. So,
Right.
because development still is one portion of things. You have to maintain and update and
Right.
security. Like the software is not just no longer a one-shot thing.
Right.
That it is maintenance is much harder point than actually development, believe it or not. So
Good point.
yeah, and it can be under two different, you know, Chinese walls can exist. That's not an issue. And you just need HIPAA compliance. You do not need anything more than that. It's $6,000 a year.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Let's keep rolling.
Hey guys.
Yeah, nice to meet
Ron, I'm
you.
gonna do a separate email. I know you're traveling. When are you coming back? Sorry.
October 6th.
October 6th. So, oh wow. Well, it's gonna go
Yeah.
to October, which is fine.
So, I will be, I've got a 2-day stint. I'm flying back from Italy, I think somewhere around the 24th or the 25th, and then I'm flying back out to Dublin. So it's kind of, even though it's a 3-week run, it's really
So
like
do-
two 10-day trips.
Who's your clinic's like manager or someone who can just be the middle person between the EHR and
Melinda Baker. Yeah, Melinda Baker.
I can deal with Melinda in the meanwhile and say,
Okay.
hey, yeah, that should be enough.
Okay, good.
Sounds good. So I'm gonna send an email to you. You reply with Melinda Baker and introduce us, and then I'll figure out with Melinda Baker.
Sure, sounds good.
Thank you, guys.
Hey guys, it was great.
Thank you, appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'm going.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Motherfucker. Bro, this doesn't fucking end. Hey, how's it going? No, yeah, I think I understand, you know, and I kind of see things at a high level, and I get it, how it all plays together and how other people see it, and yeah. Makes sense.
There's a lot there, and like I'm saying, we're still too early in the game to really start pulling things apart yet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know yet, and I think that's kind of the next step. And we're going to be addressing some of these, you know, issues here. Like, you know, what does this look like in terms of, you know, getting, you know, like what's the revenue model? They're not there yet. You know, and what I'm concerned about is like, and do not take this the wrong way. It's like, what is he building that is going to be, like, what makes the most sense, right? Mm-hmm. Like, who to build what? Who's building what is kind of where my question is at. Like, I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, from my understanding, because, you know, you have your vision of things, right? And then, you know, I have my vision of how I built my thing, and then he has his vision, and then all of us unified. It kind of, you know, when we're all kind of sitting in the same pot, it seems like his understanding is, and he said the key words, like, what do you want to maintain? And, you know, definitely the orchestration layer in the environment that I'm in is my almost bread and butter. Like, yeah, I can do this. I can probably go this direction. I can probably go this. But the way I'm looking at it is, I also have, you know, a music industry monkey on my back, and I also have, you know, like the community and this and that, right? So I have to be a little bit more robust and multi-dimensional and agnostic, but not in a way that takes me away from your use case, but more just makes your use case validate the framework even more. So it, you know, like on a 10-year plan, it would make a lot of sense for me to maintain an orchestration layer, you know, over X amount of time, because then I can, you know, support those specialized agents like what Lead Autopilot is doing, or what Dr. Kali is doing, from my understanding.
Right.
And you know that, and that's just me fitting into the picture. You know, like there's multiple perspectives to look at this from, but from my understanding, you know, seeing, you know, just reading the room of what he's saying is, I would take a lot of work off the load. I would take, you know, work off of him from even have to move into that space, and not just me, but even just like the act, you know, the activity and things like that. So I think us trying to figure out a good partnership and integration for basically like the lowest friction on the revenue model is probably going to be the driver, right?
Potentially, I don't know yet.
I see. Well, yeah, I mean, there's many things at play, but yeah, I'm just analyzing it all. But
No, I'm not 100% sure yet. I mean, these are all questions that we're like, I was hoping that we would have more answers. Well, I was hoping we'd have more time to figure out some of these answers.
mhm.
But now that we're moving this fast, maybe not. So I'm going to start to need to take a look at the data model. And for that, I need to get all the inputs and figure out how does this all work, right? So not 100% sure yet, but let me see what we can do.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Because, I mean, essentially everybody's, yeah, I mean, I see the integration. The integration layer works perfect. Now it just needs to be a business. Or, you know, in the business model, basically.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean, what was what did you think about things?
I'm happy to find a place in there. And I'm happy, obviously, because he said my product was dope, which was freaking dope. But, oh, was that? Okay, let's see. No, yeah, I think Iris is just more and more validated. That's kind of what I was telling you. Like, it's getting more and more like where people are like, okay, this can work, and they understand it. And I think it also proves like, hey, this is the direction to go. This is like the execution layer and the execution, the orchestration, and the integration layer. Those three things is basically Iris's business, and you know, everyone else can basically do the multimodal. I mean, we have multimodal, and we can do all the specialized agents, but everyone else is kind of diving in that domain space, and we can integrate with those domain spaces.
Yeah, definitely. the value that I can definitely give you is like, look at all of the opportunity with physicians that we can get.
Yeah.
You know, like this is a use case, you know,
Yeah.
and so far it hasn't cost that much,
Mhm.
but it's just with some time. So, you know, I need to think through that, and I'm sure Dr. Kalia is also asking that question himself,
Yeah.
right? So these are all very good questions.
Sweet.
I'm glad we had this call. I just sent you the meeting, by the way. And I would say chew on it. Just kind of chew on it. And let's pick this conversation up here.
Yeah.
I think this. I mean, I think this is important. I think what we probably need to do in terms of the next development priority is at least get some type of, you know, medical chronology / demand package capability, you know, built in Iris.
Yeah. I mean, I have a healthcare, or not healthcare, I have like another client that I'm doing, like it's generating like credit report, credit dispute, stuff like that. So it's taking a lot of training on laws. So it's probably going to use somewhat of a similar setup. So that'll kind of feed into this.
Yeah, and I need to give you some better guidance on that. Let me get the data together for Colossus, and let's start there. But I think if you're looking for something to do that's probably pretty easy, that's an immediate use case, is, you know, medical records, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the demand pack, and that's easy to do. All you're doing is creating a template. And I gave you the actual template.
Okay. Sweet.
Right.
Yeah, I can definitely at least get that piece rolling.
Yeah, you know, so it's like, can you build a medical chronology, and based on this, and then the demand package that needs to be informed by, you know, Replit and, you know, Reptile and Running with the Bulls and you know, everything else. And that's the information, you know, there's 10 cases that we're talking about. Ron needs to get on, I need to get on. Like, that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Okay. So, okay, that makes sense. Because then we could just make that like the next milestone, is
Right.
getting that data outputted in a good way.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, and now like you've actually seen the platform, and you know everybody's seen it, so it's exposed. So now we can kind of work on it together. You know,
Yeah,
you kind of know where
exactly.
things are at and how things
Yeah.
look, so you can kind of at least you know, start visually contributing. You know? got it. Dude, I just got off a call and then I have to go on another call at 4. This is the most craziest shit ever. I have not been able to get off the phone. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just working.
Sounds quiet.
Yeah, I like it like that. I really think I'm meant to be alone.
No.
I was actually just texting my friend about that.
Babe, what the heck?
I was like, it's so quiet in my house, and I've had like the day to myself, and I had the day to myself yesterday. I was like, I forgot what it's like to like be alone. Solitude, peace.
Calm down.
I'm for real. It makes me happy. Don't you want me to be happy?
Of course I do. But I also want you to be happy in my presence. I told you, remember when I told you that you know?
Yeah, listen to that shit. Yeah, listen to it, bro. Come on.
Bro, no, you weren't.
Why you look all sad and shit, man? Look like they slapped you. They slapped the fuck out of you.
No, everything is all good. I just need my money.
Well, you gotta
So that this is also
what
it.
that shit looks like.
This is another
Niggas
point.
was like, yo,
Early view,
yeah, listen to that shit.
JS. Bro, no, you weren't.
Why you look all sad and shit, man? Look like they slapped you. They slapped the fuck out of you.
No, everything is all good. I just need my money.
Yo, you gotta get that shit ready for when they. I mean, you don't even have it ready for them to just fucking offer you nothing. So like, I don't know. What you
No, we do. No, we're already there. That was not
don't
even.
have nothing to sign. You don't have no paperwork.
Bro, that's not.
You don't even have an account for them to
No, that's bro. What we're dealing
You
with.
don't even know what account is.
No, seriously, you need to shut the fuck up. Okay, what we're dealing with has nothing to do with us. It's all low key on Richard. Like, and that's why I'm stressed out because all of it has to do with Richard and like, cause Richard basically got everyone together. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
what? Oh yeah, yeah. So this like this is basically his. He's assembled the Avengers.
Yes. So now it's up to Richard. Be like, okay, how's everybody getting paid? So that's why I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
Wait. So he's gonna divvy it out based off like the performance he sees type shit. What you say?
No, meaning he has orchestrated and brought it all together. Now,
He's gonna basically want the most cut of it, you know, which kind of makes sense because this is just like one deal, right? Like this is one deal that can spawn into like hundreds of thousands of deals. So
yeah,
I really wouldn't. You know
he
what I'm saying? I'm
he
not like,
he wanted to build it, right? And he built it, and now he's kind of like, okay, how does it make money? How does everyone get paid? You get it?
which one was is he talking? Which one was John? When was John talking?
You mean Dr. Jania?
He just said, what's this? John, right? John?
No, Richard.
Richard there, my bad. Okay.
Richard was
Which voice was Richard's? Was he the one? He was the one like basically saying, "Mayo, can you fucking elaborate on this? Cause you do."
yeah.
Oh, okay. And then he was like, "Yo, Mayo, can you tell us what you got going?" And you're like,
Yeah, that was Richard. He was the one who was like talking like he was the American one talking the only one that talks like American like Mexican street nigga like I don't know, and then like cool guy, you know, and then the doctor the doctor was Dr. Kalia. Bro, that guy opened up his fridge. He had so many damn bro. That shit was crazy. I'm like damn. Where is it? But yeah, and then he asked me the price, and I showed him the 50,000 all that shit, and he looked really impressed, bro. And like, look at what I showed them.
What were you guys talking on? Type shit. What was that?
Google Meets,
Oh, what was the other shit? The Riverside, not Riverside.
Teams, Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, you guys played with Cardi. Yo, YoungBoy dropped.
No, that's a good time to drop.
Yo, his tour's going crazy. I might have to go. Yo, has he been to Dallas yet? Or we should go. I'm gonna fly to Austin or Dallas. We gotta go. Yo, that show looks crazy, bro. His shows looks crazy, bro.
I know. I never really liked YoungBoy until I saw that shit.
Bro, but you just gotta go. Like the energy of the show looks crazy, bro. Like the energy of the show looks crazy, low key.
I know, bro. It makes me want to become a young nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, low key.
And bro, that shit made me realize, like, man, maybe being a young nigga ain't that bad, you know? Maybe young niggas aren't really young niggas, and just young niggas are young niggas, you know? Fuck all that shit. Fuck all that YN shit. What if young niggas are truly just young niggas? Like, leave niggas alone. They're just young niggas, bro.
I'll always be a young nigga before and after all that shit, man. When niggas is all done with young niggas, I'm still gonna be standing, bro.
Bro,
The young nigga shit is all all said and done, I will still remain. I will still remain.
Yo, look. But look, this is what I demoed.
Damn, what happened to Meatball, man? Yo, Meatball started diking.
Yo, look at my screen.
Yo, Meatball look like fucking royalty.
Yo, look at my screen.
I'm looking at the screen.
Look at that. Case reviewer system. Yo, you hear me? Yo, are you looking at my screen? What is taking so long?
Yo, chill, bro. Chill. I ain't looking at your screen, bro.
So, look at what I built. I built a whole demo that has look at all that shit. It has like all these agents, has all the fucking block items, has all the fucking everything, bro. Like, look, personal injury, bam. Look at this, personal injury. Yo.
Case number 2024-002, personal injury. Case 2024-002, personal injury urgent description. Construction accident resulting in spinal fractures requiring multi-specialist analysis including clinical, radiological, and legal review. Patient details. Age: 32-year-old male construction worker. Accident type: fall from height, 15 feet. Injuries: C5, C6 vertebral fractures. Status: pending radiology review actions. 1. Complete radiological image analysis. 2. Assess spinal injury severity and prognosis. 3. Review workplace safety compliance. 4. Evaluate liability and compensation potential.
So basically it's able to, we're using our block system to be able to generate documents and then basically, create analysis, legal reviews, legal documents, legal drafts, things like that. And basically, like, we can all use the block system. And once it's in there, it's all vectorized. And that means it's digestible for AIs. So, like, the AIs can start talking on that data.
That's a lot of words I didn't know.
Are you fucking joking? Dude, you need to get educated. This is crazy, bro.
Vectorized? What the fuck?
Vectorized means it's digestible for an AI to understand.
Who the fuck uses the word? I've never heard anybody use the word vectorized in a fucking sentence.
That's because you're an idiot.
Nor will I ever.
That's because you're an idiot. Vector searching is the fucking core of how anything in the world works.
Yo, if I'm an idiot, what does that make yo dumbass?
Bro, it makes me, like, it just puts me on a whole nother planet. That's what it does. Yo, so anyways, so as long as it goes into so what's happening, bro, is Iris is becoming a framework. Iris is low-key becoming a framework, and this is what I was trying to tell you, is like we might have to move into like an open source
framework. So what is the difference? So it being a framework, how does that differentiate from what it has been to what it is now?
A framework means that it's like it's the core of something. You ever heard of HTTP or HTTPS or www. or even mail?
So people would just basically be using our framework and able to basically be able to fluctuate between AIs,
build AI agents, run AI agent
But
workflows.
what makes it a framework is the ability for it to like be able to use so many different. What makes it a framework? The fact that it can be integrated in so many different ways, or it's using so many agents or so many AIs, or you hear me or no?
I'm asking the AI to explain it to you.
A code base can be categorized as a framework, product, or sauce based on its purpose, structure, and how it is used. Here are the key distinctions. 1. Framework. Definition. A framework is a reusable set of libraries or tools that provides a predefined structure for building applications. It typically includes a set of guidelines and best practices. Customization. Developers build upon a framework to create specific applications, allowing for customization and extensibility. Control. The framework often dictates the architecture and flow of an application, meaning the developer works within the framework's constraints. Examples: Angular, Django, Ruby on Rails. 2. Product. Definition. A product is a complete software application designed to solve a specific problem for end users. It is often packaged and sold to customers.
Framework.
User focus. Products are typically built with end users in mind and include features, interfaces, and functionality that cater to user needs. Sales model. Products can be sold as one-time purchases, subscriptions, or licenses. Examples: Microsoft Office, Adobe Photoshop. 3. SaaS. Software as a service. Definition. SaaS is a software distribution model where applications are hosted in the cloud and accessed over the internet. Users subscribe to the service rather than purchasing it outright. Accessibility. SaaS applications are accessible from any device with internet connectivity, promoting flexibility and ease of use. Maintenance. The provider is responsible for maintaining the software, handling updates, and ensuring security. Examples: Google Workspace.
So we're a
Salesforce.
SaaS and a framework.
In summary, a framework provides the groundwork for developers to build applications, while a product is a finished application targeting end users.
So an example of us being a framework is basically these guys building on top of what we have right now.
Yes.
That's what's making us a framework.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck, dude. All right, so, cause you guys are basically still getting to know each other and shit like that, right? Cause
Who, Richard or the doctor?
the doctors and shit, and like, you know, cause Richard kind of seemed pretty, the way he said Iris, it kind of made it seem like he's pretty excited about that, you know?
Hell yeah.
And, while the other guy's still like, what is Iris? You know, he's like, yeah.
He was sold.
Like,
He was sold.
yeah, no, he was, yeah, for sure. But he's like, you know, he's like, just wrapping his head around it, you know.
But like, it's so funny, you know, because that nigga was a hard sell, but he was sold. You know, he was a hard sell, but he was sold. You know, that was crazy. And I could see it in his face, though. The only thing I want to tell you is that I could see it in his face. Like, every time, you know how people, like, be given that face like they're thinking, and then they kind of, like, sit back and relieve their face like oh, I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He did that a lot because, like, you can tell he was trying to, like, figure it all out, and he was like, ah, okay. So, you know, he didn't say anything, but that was a signal for me where he was like, okay, he's getting it. Like, yeah. No, go ahead. Say what you said. I was just trying to tell you. He was giving a bunch of...
I'm saying, so now with all that being said, where are we at? Like, what?
we gotta get the money from Richard.
And that is going to be your green light to actually start working. So you aren't going to work until that happens, basically, or are you going to, like,
I've already
start
been
building this? You basically, yeah. So
I've already been working. We've proven the concept. We've done a POC, a proof of concept, validated the proof of concept with the other guys. So now, like, technically, it's not up to us anymore. It's like, this is all Richard's orchestration. So he technically has to pay us or invest in us or something or whatever, you know what I mean? Or like or we need to at least like start establishing, and I think he's starting to get it too. It's like, okay, how's everybody going to get paid? So I think like regardless, I think we need to
And
start.
like, and then, so what does that payment look like, bro? Because like, you know, are you gonna get a royalty? Like, have you talked? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this, like,
So
we should like contract this shit out. So like, when it is able to happen, like, at least you have some type of like guidelines or some shit for you, because you like, fuck, bro.
that's
Like,
why
you know, I think you're gonna create so much value for these guys, right? You know what I'm saying? And then like, you know, I guess once you have created it, you could like, you know, and then measure and then like, you know, go from there. But like, I just don't want it to be like some type of like, you basically 1,000x their shit and like, you know, motherfuckers are like, you know, trying to like fucking lowball.
well, I
You
think
know?
I think that's where he should purchase the middle package for 2,500, and then we not call it a day, but it's like,
And that's
hey,
2,000 a month or a year.
that's 2,000 for the year for the middle package. That's 250 a month.
Yeah.
So we say, hey, Richard, just pay for this in the meantime, and you know, we'll build out what we got to build out, and then maybe like we'll just go from there. Because that's our package, you know, that's our fucking package.
Yeah, because I think I just, you know,
Why would
it's,
we
it's what
like? Yeah, we should do a royalty. I think we should do the package, and then we should do a royalty on top, and be
I
like,
think it just is what it. I think it just is what it is. Like, we're just gonna have to like
that's our
learn
work.
as we go.
That's what we're getting paid for.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to like learn as you go type shit, and like, you know, as well, you know.
I think we're at
Like,
the end. I think we're at the end. I don't think we're. I think we did it. Like, I think we
so you
did
think
it.
both? So you think so? And then the royalty, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But then like, so then what if they're like, no, what? How do we just completely buy you out on that? You know what I'm saying? How do we just completely buy you? Like, and then what does a royalty look like? You know what I'm saying? I think, fuck, bro. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
yeah.
Like,
I think that's
they're
what
gonna
we.
be
That's what we need to figure out as a contract. I think that's going to be the ongoing deal here,
solution,
right?
you know. I just like the solutions that you motherfuckers are gonna be providing.
I
Are gonna be like,
Yeah, and I think that it's probably be best for us to, you know, just get a license, give him a license, like give him a license.
so is that $2,500 package a license
Yeah.
basically then?
Yes, it's 250 a month.
So and then the package under that is what?
25
Which
a
is
month.
which is like a low form of licensing.
Yeah. Or $50,000 is having a complete isolated copy. But the thing is, he needs the isolated copy. Cause like with HIPAA, it's like,
And then like, is that enough to keep everything secure, right? So like, what does it cost us, bro, to secure shit?
well, he would have to pay the 50,000. Or what he can do is pay the 2,500.
So there's a liability. There is a liability of him going with the $2,500 package, whereas
2,500
we
is
won't
too
be able
small.
to.
2,500 is too small. He has to do that. He has to be on the enterprise level.
Because what? But so just another scenario, right? What if someone else wanted to pay for the $2,500 package, like so, and it was somebody who's running a business? Could we guarantee them like security?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what? So is
Security
this guy,
is regardless, low key.
So this guy you're talking to, is it like isn't he like kind of like more bigger though? Is this gonna be like more of like a like high volume thing, or is it like something that can like like be managed and like doesn't really need that level of security like type shit. Like, is this gonna draw attention? You know, I guess I'm trying to ask. Like, is this gonna
No,
be, like,
all
so
of these would be on a
busy
closed
that it, like
system.
draws attention, and then like people are like, oh, let's hack this shit now, and then they get fucking hacked, and it's like fuck. You know what I'm saying?
No, this would be on a closed system. So,
So what makes you say that he has to do the $50,000 package versus the $2,500 package?
because the $50,000 package is fully privatized, meaning like it's on your own server. You know,
Would we still take a royalty from that?
if we if we collaborate with him to launch his proprietary Patty AI, then yes, we would take a split on that.
Now, what about maintenance, right? So 50 bands, he wants his own fucking proprietary fucking agentic system. You build that for him. Now, are you going to be required to maintain that shit as well, or is he going to hire people to maintain that shit, or is it like
We would
or is
maintain it because we
something
would.
that only is it something only you and like we can maintain, or would this be something that could actually be like
We
passed off to a third party person to
no
maintain?
we would maintain both of those. We would maintain the third parties that maintain our shit. So we would. That's where open source comes into play. So it's like we would maintain the community that contributes to our code base framework. Get it? So it would be our framework, right?
So that's what I'm so essentially like we could like not need to fucking take a royalty because we're obviously gonna charge a fee for that maintenance or to maintain your because I feel like there's gonna if you sold a pack to somebody for that much, I just feel like 25.
Oh yeah, no, we'll maintain it.
I feel like there's gonna be like
That's what that
issues
50,000 is.
arise.
That's what that
Yeah,
50,000
okay.
is.
Oh, okay. So it'd have to be like 50,000 with the royalty then.
Something like that. 50,000 and
like
his support
and
fees.
then like the higher you charge, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
What
right
does
now-
DeepSeek say?
Right now, our
Should we
50.
ask DeepSeek? Should we ask? What does Iris say about all this shit, man? Come on.
Well, that's
I'm
what
not.
that's what I'm trying to tell you is like the $50,000 package right now accounts for having us maintaining it. That's the whole point. Remember when I was like, "How do I become a billionaire?" And it said to find a couple of high ticket clients. Like we only need a couple of 50,000. We just need a couple clients paying 50.
Yeah.
We don't need a lot of them, and those are the ones we maintain. And then everybody else is just go as like a self-service. Like they just go to the
Yeah.
website and use it self-serve.
Which I get, but like I'm sitting back thinking like, is this like a thing that we should like? Because this is like proprietary like shit that you built. You know what I'm saying? Like so it's like, would there be a royalty though? Like would that? Like what? Does that or does that not make sense? Could that should you or should you not type shit like is what I'm asking to myself. Because this is gonna be like this is gonna be like lifelong systems. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like this thing doesn't have like a
Yeah.
and fuck and shit, and then you can pivot it if you want. I'm sure if I feel like it's kind of like, fuck, man. I don't know, man. Like, what's like an invention? I feel like it's like.
How about that? How about you work on the contract? I'm done. I'm done with this shit today. I'm good. How about you work on that's what my dad told me to do. He said build a contract that has everything covered. And I think that's what we need to like start working on is,
Everything covered as in like what though? I guess I gotta look what a contract covers, so.
You said what?
I said everything as in like what? Like what would that everything be?
What would make a contract null, and void? what happens if we finish early? What happens if, they want more? What happens if blah blah blah? Like we need the
What
contract.
happens if you want to dissolve your AI, right?
I mean, what if you're getting bugs? Like, how do you go about that? How do you blah blah
What are we
blah?
liable for? What are we not liable for? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like I know.
exactly. And that's what we got to figure out. Because I think if I can get that out the way, if I can get something like that looked at, or at least like somewhat figured out, then I can start sending it off.
my phone is like tripping. It's super hot right now. They're trying to get at Donald Trump. You see this shit?
Mm-mm.
No, they're trying to, I guess, it's an Epstein letter. Epstein letter. He signed it. I don't even know. I actually gotta look into it. I really don't know. But, it's crazy. Everybody's getting at everybody right now, huh? It's kind of crazy. It's probably like the most dysfunctional the United States has ever been. But probably not. We really actually like looked into it historically. Even with all this shit going on, this is probably the most peaceful the United States has ever been.
Bro, shut up. I'm so sick of your talk. America is literally cooked.
No way.
Corporate.
You're talking to the wrong person if you're gonna if that's your argument. You're talking to the wrong person.
Corporate is basically laying off people by making them go back into the office, and then they don't go back into the office, and they wrap it up. They basically, go back to offices like layoffs, and then guess what happens is the next thing that's about to happen too, bro. Like
earnings go up. That's what happens. We fire people, earnings goes up, we're making more money, stock goes up, we're all fucking happy. People who fucking were taking shit, doing shit ass jobs, taking shitty jobs, not fucking adding to their fucking environment, yeah, they're gonna fucking feel some pain. Yeah. Try to hit the restart button on them niggas. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I think this is gonna be a perfect environment for people who are like entrepreneur ass niggas. I'm just a regular nigga. Yeah. I think it's a good time to be alive, really. But yeah, damn, I bet you
Just take it here. Just take it. Fellas, first I have to commend Miss P for this astounding shot selection. Any better than this shot right here. Gorgeous young lady there. Almost had a loss of words. Please take notice in this film breakdown session of the symbolism that is being displayed in it.
Young people are realizing.
Yo.
So, that was good, boss.
Man, finally getting out of my last call. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Man, finally getting out of my last call, just seeing where you were at with things.
I've just been working on this audio. I've been working on some other things at the moment. Trying to get some things together.
Working on what?
Some things for down.
Oh, I see.
So I thought I just been chilling, man. Still trying to get over this little head cold. So.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I haven't even jumped on what I was supposed to be doing.
You're just getting back into it, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been up since fucking. I went to sleep at 4, preparing for my.
Oh, man. So how'd it go? You had what was it, interview today or what?
So I mean, I had a 10 a.m. interview, and then I had a demo with the healthcare client and the doctors and all that stuff. So that went really, really well. They were really impressed with Iris and all that. So now, we're just doing the, figuring out the whole business side of things. So that shit was super excellent.
Nice. So you had an interview with just another company for something about doing some UX role, contract role, or something like that?
Yeah, have you ever heard of Mutual of Omaha?
Yes, I have.
Huh. Me too. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, their insurance, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's them.
I don't know why I know that, but
I know, right?
Probably one of those random late night commercials or something that comes along.
Bro, you know what? It's fine. I think it's coming to me. Is it from tennis? Aren't they like the official tennis sponsor?
They might be. Let's see. I'm sure. Wild Kingdom. That's why. It was a TV show called Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. It was about like some zoo shit that was going on a long time ago. Mutual of Omaha's Wild
So supposedly they just brought it back, and so they've been working on that. What the hell?
Yeah, Mutual of Omaha's Wild. That's probably why.
Bro, what are they?
I mean, they're an insurance company, but I think they were just, they might have just did that shit. They were primary sponsor of that show.
Bro, like, just imagine you have so much money that you're just like, what do we do with all this money? Let's make a fucking TV show.
It's like about fucking animals zoo program.
What?
Let's see. Yeah, this was early 60s. Then it was on Animal Planet. And then it was Animal Planet, YouTube, and then NBC 2023.
Damn.
Yeah, usually started syndicated original series. Interesting.
That's crazy. But yeah, that's the
That's the company, huh?
yeah.
How'd you find them as far as like role and stuff?
Just LinkedIn.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's right, because you got all your shit out automated. You said people get you out.
Yeah, I mean, it's for the most, like, I would say like 30% or 40% of it's automated, and then
Nice.
yeah, I still gotta do the manual stuff, just like actually applying.
Yeah, that's the part that takes forever.
Yeah.
Some of the roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all my reject emails in a nice little folder.
Bro, I hate those, bro. I feel like like I feel like they don't individually send them out. I feel like they're just, I mean, well, do they?
Okay, so I worked on a project to create more of a humanized experience for the rejection process.
Holy shit.
So I wrote the emails that we use to send out to the interns. And so that's why I like go through the whole process, and then when I finally get the email from the company, I'm like, yeah, this is just automated, generic. Like, they didn't put any thought into it. So the one that I had developed was use some resources, use some specific dates, and
personalized.
Personalized, but like the rejection isn't as bad. Like it's
like helpful.
Yeah.
Guiding.
Yeah. Especially for interns, it's like, we've selected the top, 20%, blah, 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 whatever, isn't necessarily you're not qualified. In the meantime, there's some additional resources or some videos or something. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we have put together to kind of not only help that piece, but some companies don't send anything at all. So, like, I was real big on just your experience in general from the time you went online and applied. What did that look like? What did your interview process look like? What did, if you got an offer, what did that look like? And then if you got rejected, what did that look like? So, yeah, I work on a project for that. So that's why it's like, I just keep all of them because I like to compare sometimes just to see like who's got the same simple prompt where it's like, all right, yeah. And then I'll look back, I'm like, well, I didn't even apply for this job. It's like, there's no way you're just now going through this.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, man. Yeah, it's real.
Dude, you you know enough. Um, I was gonna say you know enough to probably build a product in the recruiting space or even in the job applicant space.
Yeah, I think the thing with that is that it has to be able to, and this is probably where you can help out, it has to be able to integrate with their ATS system. So, most people use Greenhouse, Greenhouse, Salesforce, Workday, Rippler, right? But when I worked for like Google, I worked for Meta, they had their own internal system.
I see.
So their system, I don't really know what the Salesforce Greenhouse system actually looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because Google, basically, when I got there in 2018, they were transferring from Salesforce to their own.
Well, maybe it's on the consumer side.
Could be.
Maybe it's on the job applicant side.
Yeah.
Because then there's less moat.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just create a rejection service.
Yeah.
And just like, hey, I'll reject all your candidates.
That's funny.
So.
Do you have candidates to reject? We know you do. Holy shit! You're telling me you create a fucking product for the fucked up market that it's like how many
rejection side of things.
That's crazy. How many rejections did you go through this week? Well, we'll help you out with that. It's like make a job for how many jobs there aren't there.
Right. Yeah, because I remember I was in the interview and I was explaining to the director, and I was just like, regardless if you're getting offered or not, I said the biggest thing is going to be how they felt throughout the process. I said because that goes into your brand reputation. I said because even if everything went well and you're in an offer, it's like, they're not going to say anything bad about you, and a lot of times that encourages them to actually apply again. Because if you had a shitty situation, you're not going to apply again.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, you have to follow through. I said, and there should be something after, let's say you do get an offer and you start. I said, why is it that we don't check in with folks from 30 to 60, 90 days within the job? Like no one talks about that particular demographic of folks either. What was our onboarding looking like? How long did it take for them to kind of, figure things out and stuff like that. I was like, that's information that people would love to know. But a lot of times, you get to hire, they sign on, all right, get to work, and then they kind of just fall into the abyss of another employee.
Some people, I know, have done that. I mean, not some people. Some positions I've worked at have done that.
Yeah. Well, like as soon as you're there, it was like, all right.
Yeah.
You don't really hear from them too much anymore.
It wasn't the recruiter, but it was maybe it was the recruiter. It wasn't a recruiter, but it was definitely like whoever was in charge of recruitment. So it wasn't like the actual recruiter who brought me in, but it was the woman who was part of the recruitment process. Like she was almost the recruiter with the recruiter, but she was on full time. You know what I mean? So she had one-on-ones with me after I had onboarded. So I guess she was technically HR. Technically.
Yeah, could be.
Basically.
I mean, she could have been part of just the onboarding process itself.
Yeah.
So make sure that she got everything going.
Yeah.
So definitely different pieces of the application process in general that needs a lot of improvement. So in some companies they just don't care.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, we need to. I'm telling you, bro. Like with the tools that we got, like, bro. I'm telling you, we just need to fucking meet with clients. Like I'm telling you, maybe in my head I see it a little clearer than where we actually are right now, but
which is a good thing.
I think like we're a couple notches away from being like fully in sync to like, you know, you getting that new client to like me just having you know, better sentiment with all my clients. I'm just like, okay, like at this point, shit, I'm ready to ask for anything and do anything. So I think we just need to keep, we need to like solidify our workflow, and then once our workflow is solidified, I think the only way we're able to really see it is we're gonna have to use it on ourselves. You know, so basically like, you know, basically use our own product. And you know, if we do that, then we can sell it. And we can understand it to sell it. And if we can understand to sell it, then we just need to find out who we're selling to. And I think that's where we can kind of get crazy and possibly do really, really, really big deals. But um yeah, it's a two-step flow. It's like we need to get this working great for ourselves, and then we need to blow our stuff up and sell it
Yeah.
to the right
Yeah,
clientele.
I think just having the process down and then kind of narrowing on like, all right, this is the process. This is what you're selling. This is what, like I said, what okay, we're talking to the client. You know, you mentioned yesterday about the what was it, the discovery piece of it. It's like, okay, now that we have that, it's like, all right, well, what does the onboarding look like? You know, it's like, all right, hey, we're gonna work together. Okay, cool. What's the next step? All right, this is what you expect. 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. You know, what
Yeah.
those deliverables look like and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, I think, like I said, I'm confident we'll get there. It's just
Getting in actual physical sync.
yeah, but I see it happening.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of elbow grease and then we're there.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
yeah, I think we're right there. And but yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're a couple notches today. I mean, on that, are you free today at all?
What time is it now? 5? Yeah, I mean, I can meet, depending on what time you're talking.
Okay. I need probably like maybe an hour. But cause
I'm
Jesus.
free now. I mean, I know you're gonna have a long day, so I'm not tripping.
No.
I'm free today, I'm free tomorrow.
No, I wanna.
I think at 3.
Yeah.
I'm not free. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty open, man. So,
I think tonight.
don't necessarily feel rush, but if you want to do tonight, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to do Cosmic or something.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, Cosmic or
One thing that I found out real quick was I need to look at two things. So my domain that has the .com, right? I'm curious if I should change that. And the reason why, one of the things I've noticed is just that people's autocorrect, like when I give them my email info@creativejuice.com, it'll autocorrect to .com. So I think there's a possibility I've missed out on a couple things because they put the wrong thing. So I thought about potentially changing that to something. I don't know what.
So I've been in those situations before. I think I've done that before. You can still keep Co because you already bought it, and you can just use it as like maybe administrative route, you know, administrative links. Like, but yeah, maybe your public one can be like creativeg's dot, you know, something else.
Yeah. I forgot what it was. I think the .com was taken, so it was like $2,000 or something stupid.
Yeah.
On
Com is oversaturated.
Yeah.
The .com.
Let's see where we at.
But
so there's that. But then there's also a mail system already in that I use. that I didn't know about. So I think that when you fill that out, the little email name on the website, it goes to that, wherever that mail setup is. And I believe it's within GoDaddy.
Nice.
So I say that to say I might not necessarily need another mail client.
And it's a mail provider?
So when I go into, let me look at this. There's email address, everything generated for you by GoDaddy. So I don't know what I'm doing. I think for me, I think I might just do the mail thing just because. But I think it has to do with like connect. Oh, let me see, connect email. I think it's like an Outlook thing, to be honest with you. I think it's through Outlook. But no, I talked to somebody else who does newsletters as well, and I was asking them, like, you know, what do they use for it? And they said that, so their website is hosted off of Squarespace, and there's an email application within Squarespace that they use to send out their newsletters.
I see.
But I looked up a couple other ones like Beehive, something else, because my thing is like, I want people to sign up, but I also want the data to kind of see activities and things of that nature.
So if I were to simplify it for you, would you? I just don't know what data I can get. Hold on. No. I wouldn't want to do it.
Because I guess it just really just depends on, you know, where we decide to take the newsletter, because there are options that I've seen some other places. Like if you use Beehive is a lot of folks use that because they have newsletters that they charge people for. So like they charge their what do you call the members or whatnot to subscribe to the newsletter. So they have different tools or whatnot for that.
Yeah, Beehive looks good.
For home growing.
Ooh, it's a little expensive though.
Yeah, because I think I forgot which one I looked at. One was like $99. That was like a month or something like that. And I was like, that's the same price as, well, this one here, the launch. It's free to start, and then 43 to scale. 0 to take on, and then 96 if you had like sponsorship and a bunch of other stuff. So Slack community access, 3 seats to webhook surveys, posts, email automation. So yeah, I mean,
I think you have a lot of options. Holy shit.
Yeah. Are you looking at the Beehive right now?
Kinda. Hold on.
Yeah.
Or I was on Beehive and then I kept diving even deeper.
Yeah, because you can also connect, like the Shopify
Bro.
links and other sort of stuff.
Yo, I need to show you this. This is insane. Are you on your computer?
No. I am, but just phone calls on the phone though.
I'll have to show you this when we're together. This is insane.
Okay.
This is insane. Oh my God. Bro. Yo, this is insane. Yeah, we need to link up. I need to show you this.
Just let me know. Let me know time-wise and I'll meet you.
Okay. So there's 2 things. So here's the thing. I might be able to, let me think. Email. Huh. I don't know. I got to look into it, but I think in your sense, MailJet would be the best way to go. Because it's free. And yeah, I think in your specific case of being in close proximity to me, if you use Mailjet, the time for implementation. Yeah. And then we'll start working from there. But you'll need Mailjet, and then